Yeah, I'm right.
Wah, wah.
Brain,
It's time
it's time
to wake.
to wake. Resend.
Put a little bigger.
It's time. I think we're going through New Game Plus at literally about the same speed we went through the first.
That's hilarious, if
I'm
true.
pretty sure it is not going any
Even
faster.
faster. I get the feeling we're probably going like a little bit faster because we're not
Maybe.
actually hunting for like secrets and stuff like that.
That's
No, wait,
true.
we are hunting for
Well,
secret. No,
yeah,
no, no,
because they're
we are
different
hunting for
now.
secrets because we keep gaslighting
Yeah,
ourselves.
well, we keep gaslighting ourselves, and also the collectibles further the give us more stuff because it's just like, hey, so during your first run, you don't actually get to fill out all of your your power ups because on the second run you have to collect everything again, and you get the second half of all of your power ups.
Oh god, yeah.
And also, we do keep gaslighting ourselves. Hello, Kay. Okay. Okay. I've done my ats. I've done my job. I am going to put y'all on the looking at Alan's desk screen. Moving quantum break. Okay, drawing balls. I'm 100% sure it's canon, not like Alan Wake or Control Universe, but a different parallel universe, like in the universe that made Door happen. I think it's not necessarily that they decanonized it. They're just not going to explore that side of the universe anymore. Um,
Yeah.
because there's nothing really happens in it that would merit just completely being like decanonized. It's dead. Ignore it. It nothing in it because I don't think it like it just like gives you a little bit more, or at least like earlier versions of the lore before they had to uh make legally distinct Max Payne.
hmm Also, I need eyes. I need,
I need to give
I
eyes
need
to Bryn.
present sight
Oh
eyes.
no! This is live in your lag, Bryn.
I,
Just goes to
I
answer from.
refuse. I will keep asking until I'm fucking annoyed.
I give eyes to Bryn. And now I leave Bryn with chat so I
Thank
can go pour
you.
my coffee. Get fucked!
Oh
Bye!
shit! Hello, chat. Hello, Kay. Further once you finish raking. Oh, goodness. So in Rose's side story, this Alan's room was located at the top of the old folks' home. I wonder if the outside of that building has the distinctive windows. Oh, I didn't pay attention. I did not pay attention to that.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I've been making coffee on the stove. And if you. The secret about coffee on the stove is if you don't want the sludge, you have to let it sit for a minute or two so that everything,
Oh,
all of the coffee grounds fall to the bottom and don't enter your cup and create the sludge.
oh, I see, I see.
We don't want the sludge. Not in this house. We don't sludge here.
You don't want the sludge in this house. We're not sludgers in this
Uh,
house.
mm,
We do not
yes.
appreciate being beat up with a sludgeon.
I might. I still have the possibility of playing Quantum Break sitting in my brain. I'm not sure if I will, but it's like I've had it floating in my brain because I played it for like literally maybe 5 seconds. But at the time, Steam itself was still new to the concept of games being controller compatible, and it was a fucking nightmare. Quantum Break
Oh, I see.
actually fucking hated it. So I just like turned it off and like there were other tools at the time for Steam to be like, hey, if your controller is at war with everything, we can try to help you fix it. And I was like, you know what, never mind. And I just like uninstalled the game and never played it again.
Very
But
nice.
I feel like now I could probably play it and not have it like be just completely unmanageable. But then now, but this was like way before I'd ever even touched Alan Wake or before Control existed. But now
I
I'm like, well,
see.
it's not part of the universe really, so do I want to play it? But maybe, maybe I've had it like sitting in the back of my head ever since the like 5 seconds that I did play it and it was unmanageable, and I'm like, maybe I should try it
Hmm.
again because I still have it. I don't know. We'll see. I'll maybe sit on it for another like 5 years, and then finally it'll be like we'll be at like Control 3 is about to come out and they'll name drop a character from Quantum Break, not for any lore reasons, but just like as a fun cameo. And I'll be like, I have to play Quantum Break!
God, yeah, that's definitely gonna happen.
Universe that's super canon.
Sorry,
Mm,
Kevin, I didn't see your comment. I was answering messages. How's life? Life's pretty good. Life is pretty good. I've been sludging it.
we sludging. We
Yeah,
sludging.
cause my fucking birthday's tomorrow, so I've been
Nice.
like, I always do a thing where like when the 2 weeks, before and after my birthday are always like, I'm gonna be the laziest piece of shit, I'm gonna be as unprofessional as I can be. Uh,
You deserve it.
I do, and even if I don't, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Do it anyway! Literally do it anyway.
Because life is not about deserving.
It's
Because
about just
who
doing it.
says you deserve things?
Right? You can do whatever you want.
Doesn't matter. The universe is cold and uncaring.
Yeah, you gotta do a little goblining from time to time.
Hmm.
Let Bryn do some goblin time.
We do some goblin time. I've been Nico. I put my hand on his shoulder. I've made a terrible mistake.
Oh, what did you do?
I got Baldur's Gate 3.
Ah!
I made a terrible mistake, Nico. I'm addicted.
I've been saying it since I personally played Baldur's Gate and since I've been watching the fandom. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is gonna have one of those like infinite fandoms that never goes away, like Danganronpa
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
Homestuck does. I think no
Yeah.
matter how fucking old Baldur's Gate 3 gets, we're still gonna see people posting about their fucking little guy.
Yeah, it's really good. I was very surprised at how, like I understand
Yeah.
it's the thing, right, of like how to put this. I saw so much of it on social media that I was like, no, I don't want to play. I see too much of it. I don't want to play because I was an idiot.
It's like not
But
even
now that I
close to like it's not even comparable because
no, no, it's like the fandom doesn't understand half of what the fuck it is, or at least doesn't. It's not that they don't
fandom
understand, 'cause
doesn't
I don't want to
give
presume.
a fuck.
They
Yeah,
don't talk about it.
no,
They don't talk about half of the stuff, and also it's very interesting because like most of the people online that I've seen talk about characters in a way that
yeah,
is
they just
just
take them.
wrong, if
They
that
just
makes
take them.
sense.
Yeah, no, because
It's not
literally
even it's not even
they
that.
just take
I've
them.
realized what it is. I've realized what it is because like a lot of people are like, oh, these characters, they're so bitchy, but I still love them and stuff like that. And I'm like, they were not bitchy at all with me. Everyone is fairly fucking decent to me, like beyond the passing,
Yeah,
moments of like, it's drama. And I've realized why. It's a really fucking cool thing that Baldur's Gate does, is that the game rewards you from not pressing people and letting them kind of like come to you at their own pace.
Yeah.
So if you go in it like a fucking bulldozer, right, and you just press all of the questions button and you keep fucking asking and you keep fucking being like, hey, what's your secret? Hey, what's your secret? Hey, what's your life? Hey,
Yeah.
they hate you.
Yeah,
Uh,
they don't want to
because
tell you,
all of them
especially
are deeply traumatized people with trust issues.
yeah, no. Vignette, my little guy, my shitty little guy who I made,
Hmm,
who
hmm.
has like grown so far past Baldur's Gate. Vignette is just like a completely separate demon all on their own now. Um,
Ah,
but like, Vignette was just like anytime they asked a question and they were like, I want to tell you that, Vignette's like, okay, well that's not my business, and then it just like
yeah,
walked
no, no, same. I'm
away.
literally, the only thing I did, right, was like, oh, okay, seems, touchy subject. Okay, I'm backing off, right? Like a decent human being. Uh, and like as a result, everyone was like kind of like very just like polite to
Yeah,
me.
no, everyone's
Thing I
just pretty
didn't
nice to you.
expect. Thing I didn't expect. I didn't expect half the party to try to jump my ass.
Oh yeah, immediately it starts
Like
instantly.
immediately. It's like wow. like like holy shit, like I thought like, oh, I imagine that's gonna be like at least an act 2 thing, like, right, like end of act 2.
No.
No, it's instant. It's fucking instant. It's
No.
out like, especially with like, I don't know if that happened to you, but for Lizelle, for me, she fucking goes fucking feral on your ass out of fucking nowhere.
So okay, so this is the series of events because I play
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3 the same exact way I play games. So me playing
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3, you've seen me play games. It's the same experience. Baldur's Gate 3 is getting the same experience that I give you when I'm playing
Hmm.
when I'm playing a character. I made Vignette and I'm like I'm dedicated to playing Vignette. I will not do the
Yeah,
Vignette
I'm sort of doing
is
that.
my little guy. And
Yeah.
me personally, I went in. I'm just trying to figure out where the fuck I'm supposed to go. Okay, here we go. I went into the game being like, okay, well, me, Niko, I see Gale, so I'm going to put my bets down that I'm probably going to end up romancing Gale. No, that's not what
Hmm.
happened. That's not what fucking
Oh,
happened,
that's
dog.
funny.
Okay, because a couple of things happened in quick succession. First,
Yeah.
Lae'zel came on like super strong, and Vignette was like
Yeah.
scary and ran away from
Hmm, hmm.
and then Gale didn't come on strong enough, and Vignette was like, "Really know what you want,"
Really?
and
He didn't?
left.
He didn't for you? He went on super strong for me, jumped my
So
ass.
me, Niko was like, "Ah, this is Gale's romance scene," but Vignette was like,
Hmm.
"This is nice," and then
Oh, I
just like
see, I see.
stopped talking to him
Yeah, yeah,
after.
yeah.
Um, and then the thing that I should have expected to happen happened, which was Astarion, because Vignette is a dark urge. And the whole point of
Oh, I
Vignette
see.
is they're a dark urge who isn't particularly troubled by being a dark urge, so they're like, yeah, I'm
Hmm.
gonna just stab people who get in my way, it's fine. But they're also very nice and want to be your friend, so they
Yeah,
mostly just stab you if you're rude to them. Um,
yeah.
it's kind of like a be
I
nice
got
or else
afraid. I
kind
got
of
afraid to
character.
use Dark Urge because I saw online that like Dark Urge is a more, it was supposed to be quote unquote a more second Let's Play thing,
Ah,
because it takes characters away from you, and so I got scared and like just got the
maybe.
normal thing. But like
Uh,
it's fine. It's not. What I'm realizing is that it's not like, the difference between the two is interesting but not that game changing actually,
yeah,
so it's a
as
good idea to
someone
make multiple characters in multiple ways.
as I've done a little bit of both because I've got Vignette, who's my little tiny baby and is my favorite
Hmm.
and is a Dark Urge, and I was like, I looked at the Dark Urge and was like, I'm gonna play the Dark Urge if the Dark Urge really just like wanted to be your friend, but if you don't be
Yeah,
nice, like it's kind of like be nice or else, pulls out
yeah,
knife
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
situation.
that's fun.
So Vignette's actually like really nice and really helpful and like wants to help everybody, but at the minute they're like, "Fuck you." They're like, "Okay, well, I guess die."
Yeah,
And
your life is forfeit, I suppose.
Astarion is the only character in the party who doesn't make Vignette feel bad about being okay with stabbing people.
Ah, I see.
Because there's like everyone has their thoughts, right, when the Dark Urge stuff starts happening, and a lot of the other characters are like, well, as long as you keep yourself under control and don't be weird and don't be an asshole, hey, don't, maybe you shouldn't do that at all. And Vignette's like, I like Vignette. I don't want to change. And Astarion goes, no, just fucking be a demon. Who gives a fuck? And that's when Vignette started going the Astarion
I
romance route. So I
see.
was like, okay,
That's
well,
funny.
it's literally
Haha, you
because
fell for the fucking
the
vampire
the
twink.
the bitchy vampire is the only one who's like who encourages, who's like nice to the Dark Urge. Like about Dark Urge stuff, because everybody else is kind of like, they've got a lot of like morality thoughts that Astarion just doesn't have. He's like, who gives a fuck? I mean, you gotta stab people, honestly. I think this is a good plan.
Yeah, no, I haven't gone too much into the Astarion stuff yet. Full honesty, because I see too much of him online.
That's fair.
So I'm like,
I
okay, no.
I fully
It's
expected to go down the Gale route, but then Vignette was like, "But
yeah,
Astarion is nice to me, so he's my best friend." And
yeah.
then it just like, but like the game is like, "Well,
The game decided.
now you're dating," and Vignette was like, "That's fine. Actually,
That's
that's
fine.
okay."
I'm good with this. Yeah, no. It's it's interesting because
Oh,
it's
I do have to
like
go back around.
oh yeah, yeah.
I
It's
remember I
one of
got
those
lost
things of
here
like
last time.
with the romance and stuff like that. Like there's actually more nuance that I
Yeah.
thought there would be. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be honest, because when I started the game, I was like, oh, everyone is like a trope, right? And like that's I was like everyone's a trope. They're very charismatic, and literally gave me thoughts about like the difference between depth and charisma, and how you don't need to have depth to be charismatic character. um, but then, this shit started happening. And like, for example, the Lizelle stuff, when at first I was like, I said no because I was like, that's weird and it feels too fast.
Oh yeah.
Um,
No,
and it
Vignette
felt like a
ran
trap.
away. Vignette was like
uh, uh,
spooky, and then ran
and
away
but
from
the
her.
thing that and also the reason why I was like, this feels like a trap, is because my gamer brain told me, well, it can't be right because she disapproves everything I fucking do. Right? Like Lizelle does not approve of the way I do things, and also I don't like. I only agree with her on certain points, and it's usually when she's squinting at things. Because I made a fucking warlock. I made a warlock lizard who is basically like big charisma build, and I manipulate people. That's what I do. Uh,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
as a
no,
result,
Vignette is also
I
a warlock,
RPM. Yeah, very
but
nice.
Vignette
And
is
so
very
as a result,
stupid.
I play him as like this sort of like very cunning motherfucker, if that makes sense,
Mm.
who kind of like says what he has to say, in order to get to the uh,
I think I'm being
outcome
attacked,
that
but
he
I'm ignoring
wants.
them.
Oh God, yeah. And so as a result, like it's interesting because as a result, since a lot of the conversations in the camp are private, are considered private.
Yeah.
So it's interesting how that thing goes. But like it's fun. What I realized about the Lizelle thing is that the first time it's just like, whoa, coming on strong for like no real reason. It's kind of strange. But then she tried again later on,
Yeah,
um,
she
and
keeps trying.
uh, she keeps trying, and like, but then she kind of like went into. She still comes out very strong, but she goes into more gruesome detail. If that makes
Yeah.
sense. And I'm realizing, oh, because like she starts talking about how like the thing that gets her going, right, is the thing that she lusts after is your strength, be it spiritual or physical, and like she goes into the like she could still smell their blood on you and shit like that. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, that's the normal murder boner uh,
Yeah,
thing.
normally is
But
also.
everything else, it made me realize, oh, that's why the frog jumps you. It's because she actually really likes the fact that you resist her.
Yeah.
It's a proof you're actually by doing stuff she disapproves, and I'm like, that's so based of the game, of like by doing stuff she disapproves of and not falling to what she says immediately and trying in like I assume trying to pursue her. As a result, she's like, ah, you
And
are proving
then
yourself to me,
yeah.
which is very fucking funny.
Yeah, Vignette and Lae'zel don't get along even a little bit because I decided the
Hmm.
minute I saw that the Warlock could have a Great Old Ones pact, I was like, ah, well,
Yes,
Vignette is
same.
obviously a follower of Haster, which
Same.
means
I'm a Gulak as well.
uh, Vignette really likes art, really likes art, and like is actually just kind of dumb and friendly, honestly. And
Yeah,
every time they do anything, Lae'zel is like, "That's stupid," and Vignette's like, "You're
yeah.
stupid."
It's funny because I think Lozelle, in my playthrough, basically, it's interesting the approval rates and stuff like that. Basically, I think what's happening is Gale is falling for the nice guy act. He approves everything I does because he thinks I'm just nice. Uh, Shadowheart approves of all the sneakery.
Yeah.
And it is basically like, I see you're manipulating people and being a sneaky motherfucker. I kind of love that actually. Um, and then Lizelle is like, this is dumb. This is dumb. We should be fighting people, not doing all the political talky stuff. um,
Yeah.
I just got I felt like I got a good amount of Gale stuff going
Yeah.
on,
I
and
love
right
Gil
now I'm
so
gonna
much. He
go.
sucks, dog. And
He
like
sucks. He
he
sucks
sucks
in
and I
such a
love
fun
him.
way. Yeah.
Him and Vignette are best friends. Gale tried to date Vignette, and then Vignette turned out to be like fucking insane. And he's like, you know what? I
Yeah.
dodged a bullet, but I still like
I'm
them.
I'm I'm good actually. Yeah. No, he's very fun. I think I managed to like unlock the friendship route with him, so I think I'm gonna get more Gale content, which I'm excited about.
Gale and Vignette
Um,
are best
I,
friends.
s- yeah, I'm starting to work on Will, because I did the weird stupid thing where I did the I did the Druid Grove whole
Jesus.
thing before I went for the two big side quests of like going to the Githyanki Creche and also going to fetch
He's real.
Karlak.
Oh god.
He's real.
He's real, and I
Uh,
can't see anything. That's you know what? I'll take that one because I
Damn.
I feel like I
You
probably
know,
needed to.
sometimes
I
sometimes you
probably
get
need to
jumped in
light
the
up
dark.
that area because
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't have wandered off into the dark. That's fine. That was my fault.
Hmm. God, yeah. So like yeah, so I'm now that I'm going in the Karlak direction, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take Will in the group because he seems also fun because he also has secrets, and I like people
Will
with secrets.
Will is really good. I like Will, but I didn't get a ton of Will mostly because so Vignette does not like Karlak even a little bit.
Oh,
Vignette
that's fun. Okay,
McFucking hates Karlak because
that's hilarious.
Karlak is such a like lawful good little sweet baby and
Mm-hmm.
is constantly like Karlak's relationship with the Dark Urge is to be like,
Mm-hmm.
well, now that you know what's wrong with you, you can stop doing the thing that's wrong. And Vignette is like,
Yeah.
stop telling me there's something wrong with me. I don't like that. It makes me feel bad. So Karlak is like accidentally constantly making Vignette feel really bad about themselves.
That's us. That's
So
amazing.
Vignette fucking hates Karlak.
That's very funny. Yeah,
And like,
I'm excited to see what Karlak is like with all the sneakery that I'm doing, if that makes sense. Because that's what I heard is that she's like very direct and to the point.
yeah,
Like I kind of just made peace with the fact that like all the warrior characters in this game will fucking hate me.
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fine. Vignette doesn't like Karlak or Lae'zel. They're just like
Hmm.
not friends.
It's
I
I like the frog. The frog is fun.
like the
Um,
frog. I like the frog. Vignette does not like the frog though. Vignette
yeah.
thinks the frog can suck
I
shit and go away.
constantly put Lizelle and Shadowheart in the party because I love hearing them bicker all the
They're
fucking
very
time.
funny. Shadowheart is Lae'zel is Vignette's best friend, even though
Yeah,
Shadowheart desperately wants to be dating Vignette, but has accepted that that is just like not gonna be the case. But is like, I'm gonna
that's
be your
very
best
funny.
friend and also pine after you. And Vignette is like, this is
Yeah,
fine. This is an
this is
acceptable
fine.
arrangement.
I'm okay with it. That's so
I,
funny because I
as a
think I'm
member
in
of
I'm
the
in the
hedonism
I'm the
cult,
opposite
do not
thing.
mind this at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, I think I made a similar thing, but like kind of the other way around, where like basically I did
They're
the
real.
scene, I did this the sweet
Oh,
scene
they're
with
real.
Shadowheart where she like uh tells you secrets and shit like
Yeah.
that over wine. And like at first I was like, oh, cool, that's such a sweet like friendship scene. And then I rolled good on my insight and realized, oh, this is the romance scene.
Yeah.
uh,
No, so Vignette started at like accidentally romanced Shadowheart really, really hard in the beginning.
hmm
Um and didn't realize that, but then at some point Shadowheart was like, I like you a lot, and Vignette was just like looking at the obvious romance dialogue options and being like,
hmm
never mind, and then just ignoring
Yeah.
the shit out of them.
God, that is very funny because that's what I did to Gale. That's what I did to Gale when he did the whole fucking let's do magic and I'm gonna like
Yeah.
woo you thing or like show you lights and shit like give you fucking like the embrace of Mistra or whatever. And I basically chose him like, oh Gale, yeah, the feeling's mutual. You're a wonderful friend. Friend
Yeah.
zoned.
Yeah. Yeah, Vignette also friend-zoned Gale, but like kind of on accident. Because Vignette is stupid and just like,
Yep.
ah yes, we're best friends, and Gale was like,
We're
I guess
best
so.
friends. Yeah, so I think Gale is pining after my lizard's ass now, and lizard
Oh.
dating
Yes, we all
Shadowheart.
had a story to
It,
tell.
I will say, it makes it doubly funny, all of the romance stuff when you play a fucking lizard. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that I forced these people to be scalies is hilarious. Uh,
You gotta do it. Vignette's a little tiefling. I think you may have seen the pictures. Because
yeah, I
I
did.
draw
I
Vignette
love
a
the
lot.
design.
I love
The
Vignette.
design is
Vignette's a dumb little
wonderful.
baby. Vignette's got a lot of lore that has absolutely nothing to do with D&D or Baldur's Gate that I just like am
Wonderful.
jamming into everything and pretending it's real and no one can stop me.
I, I feel that I'm kind of doing the same for my fucking lizard.
And then me and D have like an entire just like separate
hmm
listen, me and D have a chat where we just babble about nonsense, and Baldur's Gate 3 is
That's
one of them, and
wonderful.
everything's insane over there.
Yeah.
Vignette has spawned their own cast of secondary characters,
hmm
one of which I am eventually going to just run as and let him be the protag of Baldur's Gate 3, and we'll do the alternate universe where
Oh,
he's the
that's
one who
wonderful.
gets taken. And it'll probably be kind of
That's
almost the
fucking
same,
awesome.
except he's
I
not an idiot.
God, that's another thing. And like don't tell me too much, of course. But like
Uh,
if there is an option to actually become an illithid without just like bad ending game over instantly, I'm
uh,
definitely gonna try at some point. Like
okay.
I want to be a fucking squid so bad, you have no idea.
Get some squid, man. Do some squidding. Yeah, Vignette's just stupid. Vignette also, I did the thing that I do where I intended to, like, Vignette is a warlock, but I took literally everything you can take to make the warlock a melee character. Um,
Mm, mm.
and then on
Same.
top of, yeah, I found the gloves that are like, you can cast spells at melee range, and I was like, ah, yes, Vignette will be
Oh,
unstoppable,
oh,
so
I
now
need those.
Vignette
I
can,
didn't
like,
know those existed.
now Vignette can stab you like 18 times in one turn and cast Eldritch
Yeah.
Blast right directly in your face.
God, I
And they're
the
just like a dumb.
animation for
They're
Eldritch
awful.
Blast. The animation for
It's
Eldritch
really
Blast
good.
is so fucking brutal.
Yeah, it's really funny.
It's fucking hilarious. It's like everything else is like, ah, yes, lights, fire, all that stuff, and then Eldritch Blast is like gun.
Yeah,
It's just,
for real. Yeah,
it's
Vignette's really
fucking
stupid.
hilarious.
Vignette's a fucking idiot, is dating the vampire because the vampire's the only person who's like, yeah, no, your desire
hmm
to stab is 100% valid, and Vignette's like,
I
yay.
think I think when I'm gonna do another playthrough that's gonna be like Dark Urge, I'm gonna try to go for Illithid, and I think the two that you can kind of keep if you in the party if you get that one is Gale and Asterion, because those are the two that are like, those tadpoles, they're pretty they're
Yeah,
not that bad,
no,
right?
okay,
Like
so
they're not that bad.
that's the whole reason. So Vin won't give anyone a tadpole if they don't want one. They only give the tadpole to people who want them. So Astarion and Gale are the
hmm
only ones who get tadpoles.
That's funny. That's funny. That's wonderful. Yeah, no, it very much seems like there's like I get it now. I get it now. I get why people are super excited about this game. Even just adventuring is
Yeah,
really fun.
it's fun.
Like it's just super fluid and very easy to do. Like it doesn't feel grindy at all. You can kind of just go on and everything. Mind you, I'm on normal. Like I didn't try for difficulty.
Oh yeah, no, I
Um,
also played. Fuck that. Fuck that.
I feel like difficulty is more like again for like later playthroughs if I
It's for
feel
later
more
playthroughs, and I think probably
mhm.
also appeals to like just people who just like to do the big numbers, and that's just like not.
Yes.
I don't live for this. I just want to
Yeah, I'm
play
not here for that either.
my stupid little tiefling, uh, who.
Excited for weirdly enough, excited for Halcyon as well because like I just got him and like so far I got nothing on him. So
This is
I
fun.
speaking of fucking druids, I did not expect alt-right druids. That is not a
Oh
thing that
yeah.
I expected. I don't expect to stumble upon the inner grove and see a
That's
motherfucking Karen at the head of everything.
that is
And
what
just
happens.
being like,
Yeah.
I love nature and I vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Fucking I did not expect that at all.
No, that is pretty funny. It is really funny. I got to have fun because Vin is a tiefling. So since Vin is a
Oh yeah, I
tiefling,
can
they get to
imagine.
casually
Jesus.
accuse everyone of racist, just random.
Yeah,
And
oh
the thing is,
God, it does seem to be if you're a tiefling, everyone fucking hates you.
they will just like casually do racisms, and you can also just randomly accuse people of doing racisms, whether they're doing racisms or not. Which
Yeah.
Vignette, because of the backlore that exists of Vignette, that is 100% separate from the way D&D functions. Vignette does not have any kind of deep connection to being a tiefling and like barely recognizes themselves as a tiefling, but will
Yeah.
occasionally be like, was that a racism? Just to
Was
be
that a
annoying.
racist? Was that a racist?
Was that
Yeah.
was that racism? With their like
I do love.
blank
I didn't
empty
do it in
cult
my
eyes.
own. Oh yeah, I didn't do it in my own playthrough, but I do want to try at some
I don't
point
know
because there
Beetle's
is
story.
definitely the route of where Zavlor, the leader of the Tiefling refugees, is like,
Yeah.
hey, just saying, like if
Oh yeah.
just if the alt-right Karen were to like
If she were to like die,
disappear,
I think
you
that would be
know.
okay, right?
I want to try. I want to try. There's a thing of like I did warlock stuff like because I tend to do spell blades or whatever
Yeah.
adjacent, right, to like
Vignette
both melee
is
and
also
spells.
Vignette is
Because
the
in any game, like in any
knife.
game that allows me to, because that's literally just like it feels like that's what gives me most of what the game has to offer, right? Um, I want to make a sneaky. I want to make a sneaky at some point, like just
Make
straight
a
up fucking
sneaky.
full on rogue, because I went through the goblin camp and like there's so fucking many alternate routes for
Oh yeah.
sneaking and doing stuff. I'm like, this is shenanigan town. I want to sneak. And I think when I go through with sneaking, I definitely want to try political assassination.
That so Vignette, because they're very stupid. Vignette's very stupid, and they're stupid for a reason, but they're very
Mhm.
stupid. So Zevlor was like, "Hey, so wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know, you could. Maybe we could like she could just like die." And Vignette was like, "I will not kill her because you are asking me to do it. I don't do that. like, I'm not gonna do it just because you told me to." And she's like, got really huffy and was like, "Fuck you.
That's so funny.
I don't kill for you. I kill for me." And just like refused to do it.
God, yeah. No, that's gonna be fun. God, Elora saved my fucking life. Because I did not know that Minthara was a party member.
Fuck. Oh yeah.
And like, there's no real hint that she
No.
is. I'm gonna
Oh
be
my god, the
honest.
game literally does not tell you at all.
It does not tell you at all, which is honestly kind of based. Like the more I think about it, like at first I was like, "Oh God, that's so bad," but like the more I think about
No,
it, the
I
more I'm
mean
like,
like
"No,
it's
that's kind of
fine.
based that they
It's
do
like
that."
technically fine considering like her role in the story. Like it makes sense that the game like really doesn't do anything for
Hmm.
you. Um
Yeah, like she's like your evil. She was supposed to be, from what I've heard, your evil. If you're evil
yeah,
and
if you're
like
doing the evil
side with the
playthrough,
goblins and stuff like that, she becomes a party member.
but then
However,
they fixed
Elora
it
told
cuz
me
they
that you
changed
can
it
knock
cuz
her out.
people
Yeah,
yeah, they changed
yeah,
it because people were like, "But I just want Minthara. Can I just like have her
yeah,
without having to do all that?" And they changed it. Yeah.
yeah.
Vin
So I knocked her out, and we'll see later.
um
It's very funny too because Elora was like, "Yeah, I remember to take all of her shit," and so I did. And then she did the thing to her model that it doesn't do normally, where she's just fucking buck ass naked now.
oh
And so
yeah.
now in my head canon is literally I showed up to her house, knocked her out, and left her fucking naked amongst the bodies to
I'm sorry,
fucking
Mathara.
just like flee for her life. I'm just like, if she shows back up later and doesn't fucking hate me, that means she's a freak. And I love that.
So,
The
fun.
story was
My
affecting the scene.
experience with Minthara was uh, Vignette is very stubborn and immediately decided, well, fuck
Mhm.
you. I made absolutely no effort to do anything with Minthara. I was just like, all right, well, Minthara's just gonna. It's a shame about the fact that I'm gonna have to kill you," said Vignette. Um,
Mhm.
and then Shadow pushed her directly off of a bridge from full health to death.
That's hilarious.
So she's gone. Vignette's like, shame I had to kill
That's
you,
fucking
and she didn't do
amazing.
shit. It was just Thar just standing in front of Shadowheart, and I was like, Shadowheart, you've never successfully shoved anybody, but try it this one time. Boy, she did it.
God, yeah, the dice tell a fucking story sometimes. Jesus.
Love Shadowheart. We love Shadowheart. She's
I
so
do like
funny.
Shadowheart.
I love
She is very
Shadowheart.
fun. Yeah, she's very fun.
Unfortunate.
I'm excited about. Yeah, I don't know much about her yet. I'm still pretty early on. Like I just finished the druid thing, but I'm still in Act One. So no
Yeah, oh yeah.
spoilers, please.
No
But
spoilers. Just Vignette
yeah.
being stupid. Um,
Hmm.
we love Shadowheart a lot. But unfortunately for Shadowheart, Vignette decided to go hang out with the shitty vampire instead of her.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Shadowheart.
It
Just
is
listen, it's
super
fine.
unfortunate for Shadowheart.
It suits her goth lifestyle well to pine
Yeah,
after the
to
unobtainable.
pine after their best friend, the stupidest fucking tiefling they've ever met in their life. Vignette's very
God, yeah.
stupid.
No, I'm very intrigued by fucking because I don't know much about D&D official lore,
Oh,
right?
neither do
Because
I. I don't know
my
shit,
exposure to
and I
D&D
refuse to
has
learn.
always been, yeah, no, it's always been homebrew worlds, right?
Yeah.
So I never really learned anything. So I'm
The
very
hallway
intrigued by
changed
like,
into the
oh yes, by
Murdercult
the way,
hideout.
we're like a cult of spies? Question mark.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay,
If you say
count me
so.
in, I guess.
Yeah, no,
God.
I don't know anything about. Everything I know about D&D lore has come from Baldur's Gate 3, and I refuse to
Hmm.
internalize
The
it.
Fed had witnessed
And
Yeah.
something here
everything
that
that
made
I
them run
build off of
scared.
it, being
Whether
mostly
the
Vignette and
summoning
Stefan,
ritual
have
had been a
absolutely
bona fide
fucking nothing to
supernatural
do.
event or the mass psychosis of
That's
It's like
wonderful.
vaguely
raving
rooted
lunatics,
in
it
Baldur's
didn't
Gate
change the
3, but
facts.
like I
The
refuse
cult
to
was
learn anything
messing with
about
things
D&D.
no one should mess with.
God, I feel that.
The
The only
ritual
thing
was a
I
vital
learned
part of the story, the key to
that me
reaching
and
the
Dee
murder
spent like
site.
3 days trying to figure out is what god
Hmm.
Stefan used to serve before he went insane
Oh
and
yeah.
became a paladin of Hastur instead.
Amazing. Amazing.
The answer is Sune, because it turns out after I did some research on Sune, the pipeline from Sune to Hastur can be real
Yeah.
fucking short.
God, it's so.
They're very similar.
Here's my.
She's
Okay,
just not evil.
I'm gonna babble about the dumb lore that I made for my lizard.
Yeah,
So I
we'll
read Gulak and I
exchange
was
dumb
like,
lore.
yeah, you know how. So it's Warlock. So the
Sorry,
idea is
chat.
like,
You're gonna
great.
listen to us talk about Baldur's
Sorry,
Gate while I
chat.
play Alan Wake.
Absolutely sorry, chat. It's fine. This is a thing we have done before. It doesn't seem like there's much new here so far.
Yeah, this
Um,
is, if I remember correctly, we're just gonna be wandering around in the dark for quite some time.
Yeah. So the dumb fucking lore that I had is I wonder if I can meta the fuck out of this, right? And essentially the idea is that Lizard was like a shitter, right? He was not very good at what he did, etc., etc., as many warlocks do pre-warlock,
Yeah,
uh, and basically managed to stumble upon like things for fucking some Cthulhian shit like elder being, and of course made a pact, and of course the pact landed with powers but also great sacrifice, um, and the sacrifice that I've decided is that there is some great plan at work, and basically the sacrifice is that this lizard's ego has been dying over time and now is actually being puppeted by me or like a version of not me as a self-insert, but like basically a mortal that was given control over his body and thoughts. Uh, of like literally the Elder One being like, I need you to not be you and instead be this person for this quest specifically. And then Lizard is gone. And whatever past there is gone. There is no memory. There's no nothing. It is now this very confused mortal that used to be in a human body just back in Baldur's Gate, living a fucking completely normal life, and is now in the body of the lizard. And that the reason for that is literally just because the personality of the lizard and like personal history and all that stuff would not fit the plan of the elder being. But this random mortal who
This
also
random
entered a pact on
fucko.
accident, yeah, it's like I just like the idea of a fucking elder being who is literally like, yes, my pawns and little chess pieces. You don't fit this quite well. Let me make you swap bodies with this other person. So like
Hilarious.
there's another fucking like just normal guy in Baldur's Gate who now has the personality of the fucking lizard. And they're both very confused.
You know what? Good for them, honestly.
Good for them.
I was gonna say they're thriving, but they're decidedly not. That's like
Yeah.
not the case.
The
But I
horror
love that
part
for
of
them.
it, of course, is that if this was squeaky clean, it's just a body swap.
Yeah, it's
But
just a
no,
body
that's
swap
not what's
episode.
happen. No, that's not what's happening at all. The Elder One erases your personality and replaces it with another. There is no body swapping. You ego die and become somebody else.
Good. There's just like a group of very confused people that are like, hey,
Yes.
since when did you act like this?
I think always. Don't ask me questions. Like literally, that's the thing of like. In my head, right, it's the idea of the great game. Because if you meta think about Baldur's Gate and everything, it's like, God, is everyone just placed right at the right place at the right time for things to happen a certain way?
Yeah,
Uh,
it
I
really
don't
is
know if
like
that's
the
actually the plot
machinations.
of the game, but it sure is in my head of like there is a great game amidst the gods and the entities and all that stuff. And basically all of this is just a fucking setup to achieve something on the giant board of reality.
I'm squinting at this map to try to figure out where the fuck I'm supposed to go.
Oh god, yeah.
It looks
Right. We
like
should should
this
focus
way?
back on the street.
No! We're gonna talk about Baldur's Gate while I wander around lost in the dark. That's what we're gonna do. Vignette's really stupid. This we've determined. And I love that for them. So Vignette's backlore has like literally fucking nothing at all to do with anything D&D related, and is
Amazing.
like vaguely and like it's just me being like, I just think Caster is neat. I just like the king in yellow. And also I have to always have a weird little guy. Like no character I make can ever just be like a normal, like this is not a normal tiefling that you're looking at. This is a fucking cosmic freak. So Vignette used to not be Vignette. Vignette used to be a completely different guy.
Oh, I see. Wonderful.
Vignette has always been a tiefling, question mark? We're not sure.
A new story thread.
Or at least half of Vignette used to be a tiefling, was always a tiefling.
This was delayed, but the story.
Oh, right. That scared the shit out of me when they started talking. Alright, I'm gonna have to fight some guys if I recall. They're just gonna like run up on me and try to curb stomp my dick. Are you real? You're real. You have to be. There's no way you're not. You didn't just manifest here and be fake. Okay. So the original tiefling that would eventually become Vignette was like, so there's a very deep-seated Haster cult living in like the art the art culture of Baldur's Gate. Because,
Amazing.
you know, that's It's a Haster
Yeah,
cult.
King in Yellow.
Yeah,
That's
what
his
it
that's
does.
his deal. He's the patron of arts, one might say.
One might say. And the tiefling that used to be the tiefling that would Jesus Christ, that would eventually
Here we are.
that would eventually become Vignette, was like the guy who would disappear you if you learned too much.
Ah, I see.
And at some point, because this is a Haster cult, they got their hands on like a really, really old, ancient kind of like artifact cursed doll thing. Because they like to collect questionable and weird cursed artifacts. You know, this is
They do that.
a cult of the old one. And this doll had like a really old, really weakened, really fucking pissed off like minor deity inside.
Amazing.
And our guy, our tiefling, just like started hanging out with it. Because why not? Why not do that?
Why not do that?
And kind of like offered it. It was like because it was really pissed off because it had been stuck in this doll, and it didn't want to be in the doll. It because you know, obviously.
Yeah.
It didn't. So
Who wants to be in a doll?
our hitman of Pastor was like, I will offer you a space in my body. Maybe that will make you less upset. Oh, he got me. I thought I dodged him, but I didn't.
Maybe we can be roommates.
Maybe
Unfortunately, that's not how things tend to go.
But it was even less how things went. Because instead of
I
getting
see.
like the expected possession, because like fully he was like, all right, I'm gonna get possessed, and it'll be fine. It'll just is what it is. I'm a hedonist. I want to experience a thing.
I like sensation trademark.
Yeah, I like sensations. TM. But what ended up happening was it was not a possession as it was like a full merging of two separate guys into one completely new thing.
Oh, I see. That's cool. That's really
So
cool.
Jesus Christ, where did you come from? So Vignette's just like a completely new entity. That has like kind of has the memories of both, but not in any conscious way. Like it has like Vignette doesn't really be like, I am actively digging through my old hard drive in order to remember anything that either of the other two remember. And Vignette's been like conscious as Vignette for like 6 years.
Oh wow, I
So,
see.
Vignette is a very young, very new, like entirely new creature.
That's
Whose
wonderful.
entire existence is essentially being homeschooled by a hedonist cult.
Oh boy.
And because of the nature of how it happened, the cult and primarily the Oathbreaker paladin who leads this particular sect of the cult, Stefan, my favorite fucking guy who I love and will eventually I'll let him be the Baldur's Gate man. He's like the other character that Vignette just fucking grew out of nowhere. So now I have Stefan, the half-drow Oathbreaker paladin, who will actually argue with you over whether or not his oath has been broken.
I love that.
Because he does not think his oath of devotion has been broken. He has simply changed the he's simply devoted to a different thing.
Yeah.
So he does not believe. So there's like a whole separate line of him being crazy. But
Yeah.
he sees Vignette as like, oh, this is a gift from Haster. If we are wrong, then why would we be given this little guy, this like special little thing that's like half spirit or half god or whatever? Why would this happen? It's incorrect, right? So Vignette, as far as this like particular sect, this like particular cult is concerned, is like a holy being of Haster, like a creature given to them by Haster. Is Haster's special little guy. So Vignette's entire reference for existing is being homeschooled by a hedonist cult that believes they are like Jesus Christ, that believes they are like a holy creature.
That's wonderful. That's fucking amazing.
And now they're on an adventure. And then they got picked up. They got thrown into an adventure with a
God.
worm in their brain.
Yeah, no, I fucking love that. I
So
fucking
Vignette
love
being
that.
super stupid is mostly because they have no reason to not be super stupid.
Yeah, for real though. Yeah, no, the dumb fucking thing. Since we're doing the back and forth, fuck it. I'll ping pong more OC stuff. The fucking
Tell
the
me
whole
about your
the idea
OCs.
that I liked about all that stuff is, this dragon has been, thronged into this adventure that's like a play with the gods and all the shit, right? The illithid adventure. This dragonborn's fucking stupid. Uh, big beefcake stupid, but it has the body for it, not the mind. So I'm gonna grab this other guy who is essentially a Baldur's Gate basement dwelling conspiracy theorist who is like a
Love
fucking
that.
like like wretched little man who has like barely any strength in his body and stuff like that because he doesn't eat much. He's too busy looking at his fucking conspiracy board. And I'm gonna give you the personality and mental tendencies of that guy, creating a better being suited for this. And so now he's fucking in the body of like a beefcake dragonborn, but also has the mind of a conspiracy theorist, which is very funny because I had like conversation in my head of like if anyone were to ever like uh dig in, you would eventually be you would essentially be plagued by mad ramblings about how it's all just a big game and free will is a fucking illusion. Did you not notice how we were all placed specifically here? Did you not notice how everybody here would have had a chance to have a romantic relationship with me and was open to it? Did you not notice? Did you not fucking notice that I am exactly what you need to see to be the leader of a group like this that would never stay together otherwise? Did you not fucking notice? It's like going fucking mad in his corner and his inner monologue about how all of this is a fucking setup, but he doesn't know for what yet. And how he's
Figured it.
basically thinking even beyond this adventure, but it's basically like I'm stuck here because the only way I can reveal any amount of the plans of the forces that put me here is by literally going through with the fucking scenario up until its end and see what the result they wanted was. Because since I'm metaing it, right?
Mm.
Here's the big power that caused so much, because like it seems like in D&D, right, most warlocks, like, they kind of get their powers, but as a result they don't sacrifice much. It's more like, oh, you're now a agent of this. So I was like, how do I justify the fact that you literally ego die and get replaced by somebody else, right? um and I've decided it's the save mechanic. It's the save and load mechanic. You get time powers. um
Oh, hilarious.
because like in my head it's like, how do I meta this and include every aspect of the game, and it's literally just, oh, it's the save mechanic. This motherfucker basically like, even if he's not the best at fighting or anything with his like own history that he has the body to learn, and he will learn because every time he dies he will just fucking go back. And so essentially that's why he's such a fucking like paranoid manipulator, because anytime he does something that he squints at in a fucking conversation, he will reload his save until he says exactly what he needs to in order to get you to do whatever the fuck he wants. Which is so fucked up. Uh,
Cultists
It's
in my
kind of a
head,
fun
it's
the
like,
time, man.
ones using the tunnel.
yeah, in my head, the only
Every
reason
piece of
why
his
like
work, secret
Shadowheart and
rooms
him
that
are
can carry
close is
whispers
because
down
she is the
burnt
only
barrows
character
of an
that knows
underground
this,
society of
and he tells her every
mystical
time he
outsiders,
rewinds.
hidden
So she has a
knowledge.
fucking like, in her head, she has a secret like fucking list of just like little checks of all of the 30 times that he rewinded time today.
Hilarious.
And
I
she's
love that for
basically
her.
stuck in it with him now, because now she knows. And it's that thing of like, with Eldritch stories of like, once you pass a certain threshold of knowledge, there's no fucking way out. She knows now.
Yeah, she's just in here. Hello.
And I found it like hilarious. Hello, and I found it hilarious with the fucking like the whole like cult of Shar thing, because I'm like, oh my god, it makes so much sense because she loves secrets and she wants power and she wants to topple all of these things. So she's like, oh my god, this guy is like super into secrets and basically will try to fucking like see everything forever and all that shit. Is just like, it's very funny to me. It's very funny to me. This lizard is having a fucking time. Which is very funny because he presents very charismatic while his inner monologue is constantly being like, but if you say this now, that means that this means this, and then fucking it's just like constantly yeah, complete opposite of me. Overthinker fucking McGee. A fucking random bandit will tell him something vaguely suspicious, and he will rewind time in order to fucking get what this bandit has, just because he's like, you said something suspicious. I have no way to know if this is just you being a normal bandit or you being an envoy of the old ones without knowing. So I will dig deeper. But that's how I justify him doing all of the like side quests and stuff, because it's like, I need any element of this fucking scenario as I can.
Oh yeah, no. Vignette's reasoning for doing side quests is that they were raised by a crazy person. I say raised, but like they've been coddled and they've been coddled and fucking enabled by a crazy person.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Because Stefan is a grade A enabler of everything Vignette wants at all times.
Amazing. Of course, she's the gift from Hester.
But Stefan is also like Stefan is the manipulator here. Like he's obviously he's like running a Hester cult out of Baldur's Gate. But Vignette has learned from Stefan that goodwill is a very powerful currency to have. So Vignette is like, no, we have to help the people, because if we help them, they will be useful to us later. So Vignette's just like,
very nice.
Everybody all the time. Even if Astarion is gonna be a big piss baby about it. Sorry, Astarion. But you're gonna be happy when we're swimming in gold.
Honestly, that's your fault, Asterion, for kissing the Vignette.
Really?
You should not have. That's your first mistake right there.
There's is it dead? Oh my god. The shadows moving around, I thought there was like a guy coming to punch me. It's just the shadows in the area.
In chat, Sai had once made a DM NPC that was a conspiracy theorist. He got killed in the very first fight. Mr. 10, yeah, that is a risk.
That'll happen.
With DM NPCs. Unless, you cheat, which I would encourage you to.
They'll never know.
They'll never know.
So Vignette wants to help literally like any fucking schmuck who's like, I have a problem. Vignette's like, okay, and Astarion's like, why? We don't know.
Why would you do this?
I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do this. Why are we helping them? And Vignette's like, because it will be helpful later. And Astarion's like,
sorry, we mischaracterized Astarion. Sorry. Why? We're doing this. I did really like Astarion's fucking funny dialogue at the party. Where he's like, I never thought I would be a hero one day, and now that I'm here, I fucking hate it.
Not having a good time. Astarion is really
I fucking hate it. I just want to. God, that was so fun. This was the funniest fucking rejection that I've ever had. Of like, I didn't even try, right? Like, I wasn't on that route, but like, I fucking love the like. They're like, this is not enough. I just want to fuck somebody. Not you, of course. Ugh, imagine. Ugh. I was like, that's hilarious. I love that. Especially after the same night where everybody else jumped my ass. I was like, Asteria, the only normal guy here.
The only normal man. Asteria
I do like what they...
Yeah,
I do like what they set up
I think
very early on with him.
funny.
It's... I don't know. I don't know if it's unintentional because it's like, well, okay, as
For
far as like
her,
in
it is like
character
the
in
writing
universe.
is funny.
Hmm.
For
Yeah,
her,
yeah,
she has never told a joke in her life.
yeah. That makes a lot of
But
sense.
she is very funny.
God, yeah.
Unfortunate Vignette
No.
does not like her. Like even a little bit.
God.
Sorry.
I I like the setup that they did with Asterion of I feel like at some point I'm gonna cave in and like just like try to like dig into him a bit.
He's very funny.
Because
He's pretty
he's
good.
very funny, but also I like the setup of like, oh, he gains so much from the tadpole, right?
Yeah.
That it's like, well, a fucking course you don't want to get rid of it. That would be stupid from your point of view.
Oh yeah, no. He's really good. I expected to again. Me, Niko was like, yeah, we're definitely going the Gale route, and then Vignette was like, but Astarion's nice to me, so I
Mhm. He's like
don't know
nice
about
to
all that.
me. He's like
Astarion
funny, and he
isn't.
like bit me once.
Vignette does think Astarion is funny, which is just like so unfortunate because Astarion's like a fucking goober, actually.
He
Astarion's
sure
never
is.
said a cool thing in his life, but Vignette thinks he's
No,
funny, so he'll have to
he
live with that.
is very. He's also very in universe, unintentionally very funny.
Oh
Uh,
yeah. If you're
it's.
romancing
I don't think
Astarion, he
I've.
says a bunch of really like really stupid things that are like he
Oh
thought
really?
that
Oh,
was
that's
cool,
amazing.
but it was actually very lame.
That's amazing. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to understand why people like him. Yeah, it's very unfortunate how
He's
I've
just
been
like a
so
wet
long.
cat of
Like,
a man. It's very
yeah.
funny.
It's very unfortunate how so long I was like, okay, I'm seeing too much of this on social media, so I'm not gonna like hate it, right? But I'm gonna be a little bit contrarian
Yeah.
about it, right? And now that I'm in it, I'm like, I get it.
No,
I get it.
he's a good character. He's pretty funny. And this is I was like, I'm gonna romance Gale, and then Vignette was like, no,
No,
actually.
none of that.
We're actually not gonna do that. I was like, okay, Vignette, you do whatever you want.
No. I'm also like just with regards to plot things, like for where I am, because I'm pretty early on in the story, so I don't think it's gonna be spoiler heavy. I like the setup with like the whole like the tadpole thing, but then that's different. Like the absolute is not exactly the Illithids, or doesn't seem to be so far. And then you realize it's like, oh yeah, the maybe it is, maybe it isn't. There's
Yeah.
like three shadow
Yeah, there's a
people that
lot of
are
stuff going
around.
on.
Yeah, there's like three shadow people that are around, and then it's like, how to put this? You've like it's not said, but it's vaguely implied that like, oh, the three might be in competition, actually, and shit like that. So the game is doing a good job at giving me intrigue.
Yeah, it's really good at
Because
setting the
like
intrigue up.
that's what yeah, that's what I live for. Like that's how you get me into your story is like dangle enough for me to start theorizing and hide the rest, and they've been doing a very good job so far doing exactly that. Like for example, like a dumb thing like why haven't we, like the characters, all of them questioning why haven't we transformed yet, right? Like this is fucking weird, it shouldn't happen this way. And then the fact that you get powers to control other people with tadpoles is like, okay, so there's like a fucking plan, like there's like this is like a thing.
Yeah, there's like a
um
lot going
yeah.
on.
I'm excited. I'm excited about it because I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of fully expecting a like run of the mill fantasy experience, if that makes
Yeah,
sense, right?
no, that's the whole reason
Um,
I didn't go into Baldur's Gate really all that. Because
mhm,
like what happened for me was I was really in the mood for a new game, and I really wanted like a game where I that had like a lot of little nooks and crannies where I could poke around in, and it was either going to be
mhm,
Baldur's Gate or Starfield. And then I
mhm,
sat with D, and D was like, "Well, I can play Baldur's Gate in front of you for a little bit. Maybe that'll help you decide." And I was like, "All
mhm.
right." And Baldur's Gate had like really big point and click adventure vibes, so I was like,
Yeah,
yeah, that's probably what I want. And
it
now
really
here I
does. Yeah,
am with a stupid little tiefling and like hours and hours
yeah.
and hours of me and D creating
I feel that.
essentially
I
an
feel that.
AU Baldur's Gate between our two characters. It's gone insane. It's gone nuts. I have
Oh my god! I
vignette.
just remembered something. Did you do the thing where you let Volo pop your eye out?
No, oh my god, vignette hates Volo and would never let Volo touch them.
It's I I was like, this is so cartoony and weird. I want to see where this goes. And it goes into excruciating
Oh
detail
yeah.
how he digs behind your eyeball and eventually just pops it out and does nothing productive.
Vignette hates Volo. Vignette hates Volo so fucking much that Volo was like, I can help you. And Vignette was like, I would rather die.
God. The one thing that's interesting is that he gives you a fake eyeball, and it's actually a
Yeah.
magical item that gives you see invisibility. And I was like, that's cool, so I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah, no, when I
This
learned that,
decision was stupid. I know it was stupid, but I'm
when
keeping
I
it anyway.
when I learned that, I strongly considered having Gale's eye popped out. Like
Hmm.
very strongly. I was like, I could give this to Gale, but decided against it. No, Vignette just like hates Volo so much that they were
Amazing.
like, never touch me. I would rather, even if you were the only person alive who could help me, I would rather die. It's
He
like, okay,
really deserves everything that happens to him.
yeah.
Fucking God. Have you found the note where he's literally like, "Oh yes, there's this one goblin that like found a that is very attached to me. Perhaps I will put a chapter in my book on the goblin lifestyle about goblin marriage rituals."
Oh yeah. Oh, Vignette just Vignette hates Volo so fucking much.
Very understandable. Um, God, another
Am I
thing I
fine?
realized, I sure didn't save a single fucking owlbear.
Oh, Vignette
They
did.
all died.
Vignette kept the owlbears.
I did not. I did not manage. I tried to do some sneaky stuff, but as a
No
result,
fishing.
all
That's
the owlbear
alright.
died. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Sorry, chat. Spoiler. Have you met Lump? Lump the Ascended, or what's his name? It's he's the chief of like a trio of ogres that you can
Hmm.
get to work for you,
Yes.
and he's like
Yes.
super articulate. I love him. I love him. He is great.
We
He's
did meet them.
wonderful.
Vignette. So Shadowheart is in an unfortunate situation where I think Shadowheart thinks that Vignette is like super sneaky and conniving and like very smart, but Vignette's
Yeah,
entire plan is to just pretend that whatever is happening is exactly what they planned to be happening
yeah.
until it is no longer going that way. So Vignette doesn't so much lie as they just like let people decide things and then never correct them
That's
on it.
wonderful.
And then they just see how far that will take them, and then the minute it stops being useful, they're like, all right, I'm gonna kill you now.
That's fucking wonderful.
And
That's
because
great.
of that,
That's
Vignette
so
has
good.
achieved many things. And Shadowheart is like,
Uh,
you are so manipulative and sneaky, and Vignette is like, Vignette does not have a single thought behind their eyes. Like, not a single one.
God. Oh, hello, Mushroom. Hello, I'm here for the Ouroboros of the same man how goes collapsed and Moldercall. We are stumbling in the dark, and
Yeah,
since
we're wandering
nothing's
around in
really
the dark.
happening scenario-wise, we've started talking about Baldur's Gate
We're
3.
wandering around in the dark, and I'm trying to make sure I obtain all the collectibles because I remember last time the absolute
Mm-hmm.
nightmare that
Yeah,
was trying to get anything. I'm pretty sure this is the door I have to go through because I think I have to go up here now.
yeah,
But I
I
want
think so.
this. I want
My
like
latest
these
DM
things.
NPC is a barbarian whose rage is based on his horrible family. He has a real myself, and Irene situation. Very nice.
Nice.
Yes, dude has 17 in. Oh, Lump. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love Lump. Lump is great. I
Very
fucking
good.
waltzed out of that fucking goblin camp, got fucking ambushed by literally fucking everyone, summoned the fucking Lump trio, and they fucking wrecked his house. It
Man,
was wonderful.
Vignette got the thing to summon the lump trio and then never
Hmm.
did, so is now in
Yeah.
like Act 3 with that horn still.
That's very good. I knew, so I've been told that like if you use it, it kind of like develops the quote unquote relationship with that trio, and it already happened because I used it once, and they're like, oh, that started off. We want more. I'm like, okay, I'll pay you money next time, because the first time I persuaded them by basically like, you get to eat all of the people you kill for me. Um, and then he's like, that's just goblins. That's not big enough. And I was like, okay, well, I'll pay you next time. He's like, we're back in business. I was just like, I can tell that the price for you is gonna become higher and higher and more difficult to gain. But God, do I want to keep fucking doing it?
Oh yeah. No, Vignette. Vignette? Honestly, I was just like, I think Vignette just wanted to see what they could get, and they got a thing, and then we're like, all right, well, that's done.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
And then they
I like
put
him.
the horn in the pocket and was
Basically,
done with it.
I'm gonna use the horn more to talk more to Lump. Like straight up, that's why I do it.
Vignette's very stupid, but Vignette is mostly stupid because they've been alive for 6 years.
A thing
And
that I was told that I was very surprised is that apparently there's a whole subsection of the fan base of Baldur's Gate 3 that is like super horny for Lump, and I was not expecting that.
I'm scared, honestly. I'm scared to know this.
Which, like, like big man, right? Like that's all we need
I
sometimes. But
suppose
like,
I'm frightened. Yeah. Where is that? Oh, here it is. This is the door I wanted. Yeah, or is this the door I keep fucking? Nope, those guys are coming up here. I think I want to go over here, right? I'm pretty sure this is where I want to be. Tell me where I'm going.
yeah, no, it's
Complete the
yeah, no, it's
ritual
remember Clerky.
collapse tunnel. Okay.
It's wonderful. We'll say wonderful what the internet gets up to. You
We
always
do
get
love the
surprised.
internet.
We do love the internet.
No, Vignette's entire modus operandi is to just be like, well, I'm correct. If I want to do it, then I'm correct about it. Because it is what I want to do. Because,
Because the
because
coddling.
yeah, because of the coddling. And because of the way the game goes, it turns out everything Vignette wants to do is in fact correct.
Is in fact correct. Yeah, exactly.
So the only lessons that Vignette is learning is that they're correct all the time, and that the things Vignette wants are more important than the gods.
God, that's
like
so
the
fucking
lesson
funny.
that Vignette is learning.
That's so fucking funny because I latched onto that as well, but on the complete opposite thing of like my guy basically being everything I do turns out to be right. This is a fucking setup. I'm going crazy over here. Why am I playing the game right? Everything I do to try to not play the game brings me back into the fucking game.
Vignette is just like, well, I've decided that this is what we're doing, so this is the right thing to do, and everyone else is like, are you sure about that? And Vignette is like, yes, absolutely.
Yes, of course.
I've never doubted myself once because I've never had to, because I'm a divine being, a pastor, and they're like, okay.
Exactly. God, it's wonderful. Yeah, no.
Everyone has to deal with Vignette's decisions, because whether they dissent or not, Vignette's just gonna do it, so they all just have to...
It's gonna do it. That's the problem, when you have a 6 years old with a lot of power. Oh, here comes.
Here we go.
Here comes the best decision.
The best decision. We completed the ritual. Let's see if we can actually...
Leave this time. Yeah. Will it glitch again? What? No, it didn't. Okay. He's very mad about it.
It's so pissed.
Streamer Clerky, my character just turned into a kleptomaniac that collected magic items. Honestly, it feels like kind of just like... That feels very correct for just main character of this type of game. I'm not
Yeah, the
gonna
nature
lie.
of the game. Vignette steals every plushie they see, so they just have a pocket full of fucking teddy bears. And there's one teddy bear that is a pocket. I forgot where it is, but there's a teddy bear that's got a pocket in it. So Vignette put a potion of greater healing in there. And that's because that's where the potion of greater healing goes. No one is allowed to
I didn't know you could put that shit in there. That's funny.
Because one of the teddy bears is like a secret bag.
Oh, I see.
And then in order to save pocket space, Vignette I shoved all of the teddy bears inside of that one teddy bear, because it was getting out of hand.
That's amazing. God, for the longest fucking time, I did not realize that the camp supplies were weighing me down.
Oh yeah.
Because it was all in the pouch, and I didn't realize that it was still like on my fucking weight counter. And it's like it took Elora just basically tell me, hey, you can send that to camp. I was like, what?
Yeah,
And I opened the
you could
pouch,
just
and it's
toss
filled
that.
to the fucking brim with like meats and like pig heads and shit like that.
Oh
I
yeah.
was just like, oh fuck,
I
oh shit.
I checked. I like looked at the camp supplies to see what was in our food bag one day and discovered that we had like some 200 potatoes. And I was like, Vignette is just
Yeah,
feeding
it's
these
kind of
people
nuts.
potatoes. I feel like
Apparently, there's an achievement to only feed your party alcohol if you
yeah.
go at the camp, which is kind of
Yep.
funny.
Yep. So every once in a while, I'm like, sometimes they all just sit down and Vignette just pulls out the infinite sack of potatoes, and everyone's like, no.
Not potatoes again. God, especially Asterion. Jesus Christ.
You have so many potatoes.
It's fine, Asterion. Eat your potatoes. It's like
Eat your
biting in the
potatoes.
neck of a vegetable.
If you suck hard enough, you'll probably get something out of it. The story is like, God, you're so
suck
fucking
suck the
stupid.
blood of this root, Asteria.
Stop complaining and eat your potatoes, says Vignette. The thing about Vignette is I imagine that they constantly have that, like, wall-eyed cult stare, like that very empty
Oh yeah,
cult look, and they're
yeah.
like very calm and very like
Yeah.
soft-spoken,
So,
so they're very unsettling.
very unsettling. Everyone is like, oh, what sort of dark actions are laying behind these eyes? There's just fucking nothing.
Nothing,
Just
no
the
thoughts.
sound of the AC going on.
No fucking thoughts in that brain. Vignette cannot go in, cannot
The
like.
tunnel was open now.
Oh, it's back. Oh god.
Oh,
Did it come
God.
from behind you?
I don't know where it came from.
I think it
trying
did.
to
I think
figure
it came
out
from
where I had
behind
to
you.
go.
Fucking ambushed you, Jesus.
Um,
The potatoes like the dark, just like you, Asterion.
sir, please. We have so many potatoes. You have to help. And he's like, I literally can't. I cannot eat this.
I refuse. Eat your potato.
Eat your potatoes.
Eat 'em. Shoves it in face,
Puts a
slowly.
bowl of potatoes in front of him, and he's like, stop.
Stop this.
Stop this. That's your date, friend Astarian. You decided that you wanted to romance this stupid ass tiefling, and now this tiefling is gonna try to feed you potatoes.
It's very funny. A friend of mine started the game also, and like
tunnel was
started
open now.
like very upset at Asterion for two reasons. One, saw him too much on Tumblr. Two, because she plays a halfling. It is incredible how much being a short character enhances the Asterion experience because he looks down at you all the time. And it's really fucking funny. And as a result, she was so annoyed by this guy, and is still very annoyed by this guy, and he is slowly becoming her favorite
seen it
character.
It happens. He's
But
really
is
funny.
fully still in the
Who's
no, I
always
hate
out there?
him.
Hunting
No,
me.
it's really funny. Literally the only reason Vignette went down the Asterion romance route is because he's the only one who is like encouraging of the dark urge. He's also the only one that like notes that something fucked up is happening like at the start of the game. Like he's the only one who's like, wow, you seem like you're having a bad time. What's going on with you? Everybody else is like, well, that was weird, and then just like moves on. Fan was like, I guess Astarion's my best friend today. Because he's the only one who's nice to me about my desire to stab.
Oh, back to plot.
Back to plot.
I had found the murder
Me and
site.
D make jokes about the
Somehow
party
the
meeting
victim's heart
Stefan
was
and
the
then
key.
being like, this is your fault. You're the reason. Because Vignette doesn't know how money works. Because they've never had to buy anything in their entire life. In the 6 years they've lived.
Something had shifted.
And then they
I
meet
felt an
Stefan and are
overwhelming
like,
closeness to
"You're the
home.
reason Vignette's so fucking stupid. You did
An
this.
FBI agent.
This is
Who
why
are
this
you?
is happening. You're the reason Vignette doesn't know how to buy bread."
Who are you?
She can hear me.
Her
I'm
voice is
Saga
different.
Anderson, FBI.
This is Alan Wake.
It's not different
I'm trapped here.
so far.
The dark place. Under Cauldron Lake.
I don't
Cauldron Lake. Who are you?
I don't expect these parts
I'm
to
trying
start
to
being
escape.
different until like
I'm making
maybe
progress,
the
but
Later
midway
on,
in
yeah.
point.
danger.
But I do want to
dark
keep my
presence.
eye on them because I feel like there's probably going to be something
Help me.
significant in these.
Yeah.
for the sake
Please,
of everyone.
help me. I could sense it. I was closer to home. Had the woman in the vision helped me somehow? Something had changed. Outside. Parliament Tower. Where I'd lived with Alice. It was out there. Waiting for me.
Okay. No changes so far to these, but I'm also squinting.
I'm squinting. Yeah, I feel like the changes are probably going to become more apparent as time goes on. But for now,
Yeah.
it's just us gaslighting ourselves.
It's like weird because there was some changes immediately.
Yeah.
But now it seems to have died down a bit,
It-
so we'll see how that
Well,
goes.
Saga's has like little tiny changes, but Alan's loop so far seems to be generally the same.
Which makes sense as far as the story goes and what the Dark Place does.
Yeah, well, because Alan, I don't think would be experiencing anything different because all of the differences have to be done by the people who are outside. I don't think Alan has
Yeah.
really any control here. All Alan can do is write the story.
Site, I
Yeah.
felt it hanging in the air.
And it's kind of just up to Saga and his wife to like
Motion of the act,
actually
like
do
a cloud
anything
of
that
wrath, dead
significantly
eyes,
impacts
fairness.
anything. Because I don't think Alan can make any significant changes from inside the Dark Place. All of the changes have to happen from the outside.
Kevalon says, think it's funny the area in the Dark Place is called Caldera Street and Caldera Station, and the type of lake that Bright Falls has is called a Caldera
Called
Lake.
a caldera, yeah.
Probably also why it's called Cauldron Lake. That makes sense.
That. Oh, I should use those. Yeah, Baldur's Gate good. Baldur's Gate good. I've just been like
Baldur's
sitting.
Gate, good.
I got hit with the. It seems to be a pretty common occurrence within Baldur's Gate to like get partway through chapter 3 and be like, I gotta leave. You kind of like hit a wall. Where
Really?
you're like, yeah. There's like a chapter. It's pretty common. It seems like you hit chapter 3 and then you're like, I'm gonna take a break.
Oh, okay.
Because
Interesting.
the game is big. There's so much.
Yeah,
and
the
it's
games
so
are
long.
very big. Yeah.
So I did hit chapter 3 and was like, okay, we're gonna put this down.
Yeah, I can feel that it's really even in the first fucking area, like just like the village, like the ruined village that you go into is fucking huge, and there's
huge.
so much to do in it.
It's huge.
I did not expect like fucking 3 separate fucking secret passages to all like different dungeons essentially. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of inspiring, honestly. I kind of want to start doing that and just hide shit like in like here's your hub map, and then if you look too much, you might find entrances to fucking dungeons.
Yeah, you'll accidentally stumble upon a side quest. No, I will tell you that it just keeps getting bigger. It just gets bigger. Like chapter one
Jesus Christ.
is big, chapter 2 is bigger, and then chapter 3 is the biggest one.
Holy shit!
It's
Okay.
huge. So I've just
Jesus Christ.
I gotta get back to chapter 3 so I can actually like see how Vignette is gonna end the game.
I might kidnap fucking Elora then, and because if I have someone to go through it with me, that will be easier.
Yeah. No, me and Dee are at about the same. They're at about the same spot where we're like, we need to get our guys back in there, but also it's a lot.
So that's why. Honestly, it was something that was interesting to me. That everyone who tells me no, this game's so good, and like came to me as like, yeah, no, the game good, like that I talked to. No one said like, yeah, I finished the game. Everyone says, no, I stopped at some point. I need to get back to it. So it makes sense, I
Because it's a lot.
guess.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It will. I played that game for like a couple weeks straight, and then I hit
Mhm.
burn. I hit like a burnout, and
That
I
makes
had to get
sense.
other stuff. I had to like work on stuff actually,
Yeah,
which
yeah, I feel that.
Baldur's Gate takes a lot out of you. Well, it takes a lot of time.
It takes
Uh,
oh god, it is a time sinker. Jesus Christ.
Although, despite having not finished the game, that has not stopped me and D from uh
Of course.
it has not stopped me and D from because I don't know what the fuck happened to me, but my brain was like Weird West Astarian. And then after that, me and D were
Mm.
like, what if the gang went on a Weird West adventure? Um so
That's cool. I like that.
we've sent our little
Get them
guys.
SMEs.
We've sent our little guys plus Astarian and Gale because they're our best friends
The station
off
had
on a Weird
changed.
West
I
adventure
was closer now.
where we've made a
Oh,
shit
there's
ton of other
definitely
characters.
there's definitely a bunch of characters already, be it either in the party or even NPC I've met that I'm kind of like, I kind of want to steal this one. Like, I really liked the goblin priestess, the old woman
Oh
goblin.
yeah. Shame
I was
about
like, I
about her.
love you. I am stealing you. How
Yeah,
often did you long rest in the first chapter? I was super paranoid that I would miss stuff if I rested. So thankfully, at first, that's what I thought. Thankfully, I had friends that told me immediately, "Oh, time doesn't advance
yeah,
actually,
time
at
doesn't
least
give
in
a
the
fuck.
first chapter." I've been told that later on it becomes a thing, but at least not in the first chapter. So thankfully. Actually been told, it's very funny. I actually been told a funny story by some friend that wasn't named when I was told the story, that thought that since we were on a timer for the tadpoles, resting would advance the condition, and so as a result did not rest at all, and apparently cucked himself out of like a romance route because of it, which I didn't know was possible.
Yeah, no, D
So
did the same
very
thing
intriguing.
because D was afraid of long resting and missed a shit ton of just camp content.
Oh, I see. Damn. Okay.
And then at some point
Parliament
went back
Tower,
and replayed
our
the
home in New
entire
York.
game up to when
Was I
she
really this
stopped,
close to being home?
so
I
that she could
see.
get
Going
the
up to our
real
apartment?
content.
That's
Would I be home?
dedication. Jesus.
Or was this just an echo of the real thing? Even then, the murder site had brought me one step closer to
I kind
escape.
of love how it was apparently easier for D to replay the entirety of chapter 1 and 2 than to finish
Then
chapter
to finish
3.
chapter 3, yeah, that is exactly what happened. So like I was playing chapter 1 and through the first time, and D was doing the replay. After discovering that the resting is where a lot of camp con is where a lot of the content is.
Yeah, in the first chapter, you would have to long rest a ton for stuff to happen. I see. I see.
Yeah. Like
Also, just got a DM. Elora tells me, tell Niko I said hi.
Hi, Laura. Yeah, me and D in our screaming chat have been we've been having a great time. We made an entire secondary cast and have been theorizing about an entire fucking second adventure where they go
That's
into
amazing.
the fantasy west.
The payphone at the edge of the plaza was ringing again.
Wait a minute, I just realized that the FBC headquarters is also in New York. Sure is.
Yep.
New York, pretty hip and happening city. All right, apparently Elora is very happy that I told you she said hi, and that you said hi back.
Hi, Laura.
Who are you? Why are you helping me?
Did you go deeper?
God.
To the overlap?
It's
Are you
kind of crazy
talking
because
about
like
the
I've
murder
been
site?
having
Yeah,
a hunger for
I
like
did.
doing like
I-
movie night again, but it's just been so fucking busy.
We're making progress.
Oh, We would be if you would answer my damn questions.
Last time we spoke, you were pretty worried about Alice.
We'll movie night.
Did you ever check
We'll get
Parliament
movie night
Tower
back.
to make sure she really got out of the dark place?
Well, of course she got out. That's why I'm here. That's the whole goddamn point.
Be very careful, Alan. The dark
I
presence
think this is the
stealing
same
from you.
dialogue, but
It
the
already
new
manifested in your
context
thoughts.
is like making it interesting.
Yeah.
Wait, hello?
With the like, are you sure she ever made it out? It's just, yeah, because she's back in.
Yeah. Well, like the theme of the second run is everything is a lot funnier
yeah,
now that
For
we
sure,
have
for
the
sure.
context of the first run, which I think is also adding to why it is so hard to tell what's different and what's not, because some of it is like, all right, we have a completely different, like the understanding of what's happening is so different that I can't actually tell if the events itself have changed.
Yeah.
All right, I need to find. There should be like a little place around here that's got the goo in it, so that I can swap back over to Saga. Because I do want to. Because I'm gonna do it the same way I did last time. There it is. Where it's like what chapter, like a chapter swap. This isn't it. Where's the fucking goo? Oh, you know what? Whatever. We'll find the goo. Because I think this happened last time, too, where I was like, I want to switch, but I don't have goo. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't remember. I just remembered that I swapped per chapter. But I don't think I found any goo with Alan yet. So, I guess I'm just still doing Alan stuff. What's our goal right now, Alan? Look for Alice. Alright, we're going to the apartment.
Yeah, going to the apartment, yeah.
Oh, Baldur's Gate good.
Baldur's Gate good. Turns out, Baldur's Gate very good. Like, even beyond characters and just, like, story so far, like, as a game, it's just very fun.
Yeah,
It's kind of crazy how it tricks you into believing that 5e is a good system.
Right?
To be fair, they changed a lot to it, and I'm just like, wow, it's kind of crazy how this, like, video game studio literally made the system better, because honestly, so many of their changes that they made, I'm like, if you put that in the main system, it would work so much better.
He was a victim. The writer.
Instead of doing any of that, I'm just gonna take
the cult,
vignette
using his words. Or
probably put them into
maybe he was the monster behind it all. Either way,
Bookfox says it unlocks soon. I think I missed the context of when that comment was made. Oh, the
I was looking for the swap goo.
Gotcha. Were all the Alex Casey books also set in New York? Yes.
Yes. Well, the
Alan
Alex
talks
Casey
about what
books,
he knows.
The Alex Casey books are also just the plot of Max Payne.
The cult, using his words. Or
I'm pretty sure if I was playing this game, I would play Alan's parts as much as possible to get them out of the way.
It was there in her
I like Alan's parts, actually. There's a lot of fucked up surreal shit that happens in Alan's parts, and I like that.
Yeah. Alan's parts are pretty good, and I think if you...
Was Alice here?
Just like,
story?
experience it narratively, because you're getting, like, two halves of a conversation. I think playing them side by side is probably ideal, because then you can actually just fucking tell what's happening. Whereas I feel like if you played one all the way through, you'd probably get lost in, like, what the fuck, what was happening at any given moment in time. Or at least I would.
Alice. What was that? Like a ray of warm light, I felt her presence. It gave me strength to go on.
Oh, yeah, because this is one of her pictures. Which means it has some kind of effect in the dark place.
Very cool. Have you met Raphael? Yes, I have. Only once, but I have. Immediately love him. Fucking theatrical asshole. Like, I looked at Raphael, I was like, now that's what a devil should be. Fell for the Alice booby trap. Terrible man,
Alice's
love him,
photo
yes.
Equipment.
Terrible man.
Set to go off when the door opens.
Hey, Alan. Did you know you have a flashlight? Thanks. Hey, Alan. Did you know we could
Alan,
be able to
I
see?
understand you're not part of the FBI, but you do have a flashlight.
Alice!
Oh, I wonder if this part's gonna be
Alice!
different.
Oh, they would be cool.
Alice.
I pick up Vignette and I put Vignette on a little like a cake spinner, and I just
That
like
picture
slowly...
scene is new. Oh, okay.
Oh, the one where
This
he
is a
picks up
photo
the
of
picture?
Scratch.
That makes sense.
How did Alice get this? Is he stalking her?
I do remember this, the stalking thing.
Yeah, this is where we kind of learn that there's the like we get to learn firsthand.
This is the door to my study, where I wrote my books.
We
This
kind of
symbol
get to
wasn't here
learn
before.
firsthand the thing that we kind of learned in Control, where we discover that
Yeah.
where she like shows up at the FBC and is like, "There's a demon screaming inside of my home," and they're like, "Well, that's weird."
Alice's video camera. No memory card inside.
And this is the part of Alan Wake that confirms that there is in fact a demon just like screaming in her house.
Yeah, having to justify myself to Laura to the fact that I fucking fell for the goth GF in Shadowheart.
Shadowheart's good.
having to fucking explain. Listen, she's nice to me, and she's part of a fucking spy cult. What do you want from me?
That was another funny thing. So since Vignette is the sweet baby, the sweetest,
Part
most
one.
important baby of the
What was
cult
Alice
of
working
Pastor, Shadowheart is like, so I follow the goddess of depression, and Vignette is like, bitch, why? So every time they find new information about Char, Vignette looks at Shadowheart and is like, is this you?
Why did you do this to yourself?
It's you.
No, for real. It's like the whole like depression and all that shit is like there, but also like secrets.
Yeah.
And it's like it's very interesting. I like it. It's definitely like as far as like D&D lore goes, Char seems pretty neat so far, at least.
When I was
Vignette
younger,
thinks Char is a dumb bitch.
photography was everything to me.
But like
I
Vignette
moved
is
to New
also
York
a
thinking
follower
I'd
of
make
the
it as
King
an
of Yellow.
artist.
So.
Yeah.
And then I met Alan. We had a good thing.
Vignette learned disrespecting the gods
We were
from
both
Stefan.
dedicated to
Yeah,
our
exactly. I
Also
mean, it's
disrespects the gods.
it's the fucking you know, it's religious hypocrisy at its
Yeah.
finest.
No, that's exactly what it is. It's Vignette and Stefan being like, the other gods ain't shit, except Haster. Haster's pretty cool.
Esther's pretty good, yeah. I love it because it's the same with fucking Shadowheart. Essentially, if you get to that dialogue with her, I'm just like, yeah, no, Char's cool, but everybody else sucks. It's like, okay.
My
And yeah, and
photos.
Stefan also like the other gods ain't shit, except
Not
Haster.
at me.
Haster's pretty good. We like him. The rest of y'all,
Things got complicated sometimes.
the rest of y'all suck shit.
That's life, right?
There's no suck shit.
We loved each other.
Vignette stands there and goes, "My will is more important than that of the gods."
Then-
To Haster.
Except Haster.
Alan hit a block.
He's pretty cool.
I brought out a meaner side of him. One I didn't like.
I walk around.
I set up a trip to see a doctor in Washington. I didn't tell him until we got there. We argued. Things went wrong.
Yeah, fucking word of the wise. Fucking not telling your spouse that you're gonna go see a doctor and tricking them into bad move. Especially if they're unstable. Bad fucking move. It's not gonna work.
Oh yeah.
Alice, very smart woman, except for that one.
6 years ago, I started hearing noises in the night. Typewriter keys clacking. Voices.
Exactly, Kay. Talk like a real person to the people you love.
Look at
Exactly.
me.
I like the
Gonna go
little
find my
detail that, like, with the whole, like,
It was Alan.
fiction propagated itself, that, like, every time she thinks
And yet,
about the
it was a
dark,
monster.
it becomes more real, and, like, that's the little detail with the lamp
Yeah.
behind her.
He always did
It's
have
fun.
anger in him.
It's very much the, like, the big trick
the
that it
cameras
feels
around the
like the big
apartment.
trick that Scratch is playing
The
on her is
motion
literally,
sensors and
I'm gonna
flashes.
fucking scare you, and the more you
Now,
think about
with
me, the more
photographs,
real I am,
I
essentially.
turned it into art. My nightmares caught on film. And this is the focus of my new exhibition.
BHP says,
To show
was
people
considering a D&D plot where druids were growing
the world
poisonous
is so
mushrooms
much
in the
darker
path
than
of a
they ever
tropical
knew.
storm to make a terrorist weapon against an enemy kingdom.
I
Fun
call this
things you can
exhibit the
do with
Dark
fuck.
Place.
Jesus Christ. She also did take pictures, turning more photos into reality. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But
Scratch
that's
could
the trick,
terrorize
isn't it?
here.
If you upset an
Why?
artist enough, what do
Then
you
they're
think
gonna
they're gonna
make
do?
something out of it. Yeah, he was basically just like being like, if I am annoying enough, you will do an art thing about this,
hmm
which will propagate me further. All right, amen.
Again, big kudos on like the FMV cinematography.
Yeah,
I sat in the writer's room and wrote a
I'm
Like
story.
it's kind of nuts and very unique.
Initiation.
I'm wondering how partnering
To
with that
project
other
myself through the
studio
dark
is
place.
going to like
To look for a way out.
increase their FMV game.
The
Yeah,
story had brought
which
me
is already
here,
pretty
brought me
high.
nowhere.
Yeah,
So.
which is already
Loop
nuts.
me back. I was writing the story. And in the story, I now stepped into the writer's room.
But with the backing of like a dedicated
But there was
studio,
no one here writing it.
I wonder.
It'll probably be bolder, I assume.
They do say they want to get bigger.
I imagine especially for Control, that would be a good idea if they want to do FMV stuff with Control, because Jesus Christ. Like, you actually need, like, special effect artists and shit, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like new but not. Like I don't think we saw the shot where you see Alan sitting in the chair.
God, I can't remember.
I think you just see Alan coming in and being surprised, and it seems like the thing he is surprised about is the
Is
paper,
just the
is
room.
the
Yeah.
manuscript, and not his own corpse.
Okay, yeah. He did say that he looped back, yeah. No, the looping back, him starting to realize that he's looping
Yeah.
is, like, that's not new, but yeah, maybe the corpse, yeah.
I don't
Fucking
recall
gaslighting myself.
us being shown the Allen corpse because the Allen being shot in the head was like a big event from the first
It was
thing.
True. It was a big event and later down the line. True.
And I don't remember it being like really shown to us that early on. Because I think the first time you get really introduced, if I'm remembering correctly, the first time you get really introduced to the idea that Alan gets shot in the head is when Zane gets shot in the head, and then but then later, just
Oh,
like
yeah.
you can just be like that. But if you hang around long enough, you learn that he's like just fine. So Alan was shot in the head twice, once by Alan and then once by Saga. So I think that was like the same scene, but the edit it was the same scene, different edit, is what we just got.
Okay, let's recap what you've told us so far, Alan.
Hey,
For the
Casey.
past 13 years, you've been trapped
you
in a
doing, man?
nightmare dimension called the Dark Place.
Yeah.
It's like New York, but
It's
not New York.
I will
It could be
say though, one
reached
thing that
from
I
the bottom
hope,
of Cauldron
right?
Lake,
Like
but
that's
it's
the one
not
thing that
really
I'm kind of like
under the lake.
about. I
And
hope that
after
them
all this
having
time,
access
you've
to
managed to get
more FMV
But
stuff
so has your evil doppelganger.
doesn't
Mr.
change too much of the
Scratch?
vibe
Or
because
is it
like
the
Yeah.
Dark
the
Presence?
them being
It's
so deliciously
interchangeable.
indie when it comes to the
He's
FMV
Scratch
stuff
when he
really
looks
made
like
them
me,
have
but he
like
can
a
change into
vibe
this
with their
other
FMV
form.
And
cutscenes.
Scratch, the Dark Presence, wants to
Well, I
rewrite
So I
the
hope
world
that
in his own
stays.
image.
I think the
Which
partnering
would be
with
in
the
your
studio, if I
as
recall,
he looks just like you.
And turn the world into
is
a fucking
because I
nightmare.
think they wanted to do
During
like
Deerfest,
a show
which is
or a
scheduled
Night
to take place in a
Springs
couple of
thing.
days.
Oh right, yeah,
You
yeah,
got out
yeah.
of the
I
Dark
forgot
Place
about
by
that.
writing a
Necessarily
novel,
for
the pages we've
the
been finding,
games,
but your double edited
but
it
I'm wondering
into
if
a
they'll
horror story
utilize
that's
it
now
for the
changing
games
reality,
if they
taking
have
over
like
people, making them
access
I,
to
crazy.
it.
I can't
Bringing the
imagine
Dark
they
Place to
wouldn't.
Bright
Like if you
Falls.
have the
Yes.
thing, right? If you have the
Fiction coming in
contract.
contact with the Dark
And
Place
then Alan
can
Wake
change
is really
reality.
the
The
only
story is
game
coming
I
true,
think that
soaking
does
into
the
everything
FMV stuff, because Control doesn't.
like
It's just
Yeah,
like
Control
when
didn't
night
at
like
all.
very heavily very it's like
But last
mocap
time it
This
was
will be
mostly.
back in 2010.
Was
Yes,
isn't it like
last
literally
time
just
it
Alan
didn't
Wake
happen
2
all
also?
at
Because I don't think
once.
there was any FMV in the first
The
one
story
either.
came true bit
In the
by
first
bit
Alan
as
Wake.
it unfolded. And that dark presence was still bound to
I
the
really
lake.
don't remember.
I stopped
don't
it
think there
before it
was.
got the ending it wanted. Before it broke free. Based on that, there's still time.
But
Which
oh,
brings us
but
to
I
your
think
magical
maybe
lens
there
switch.
was
The
like a
clicker.
little tiny bit of
Magical
FMV
doesn't
in
quite
the Alan
cover
Wake
it.
DLC of
Scratch
Control.
wants it to bring about his ending.
Oh yeah,
That can't
yeah.
happen.
You're right. That's when they
If I can get
found
the
their
clicker,
actor and they were like,
I can send him back
we need
to
to
the
put
Dark
this in
Place and make
somewhere.
all this shit go away. Look, I know it's batshit crazy. My memory
And then
is
I guess if you want to
full of
count
holes,
the
and I'm
Threshold
not sure how
kids
much
as
I can trust.
FMV, you can.
It's like
I guess
It's
so.
like a half-forgotten dream.
Doesn't the first Alan Wake have episodes of Night Springs though that are FMV?
Streamer Clerky says yes. Yeah, they were FMV.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake. Alan. We've seen our share of batshit crazy in the past 24 hours.
Yeah, oh yeah, the Casper Darling things.
What I wanna
Casper
know is,
Darling's
why am I-
little videos.
Why are we
Right,
written
he's
into
also
the story?
FMV. Okay.
I think I saw you.
So I think Alan Wake is the first time the
vision of you
FMVs are
In the
like
dark place.
more than
I
just
think you helped me
fun
reach
little
out and
side
escape
things
somehow.
that like you can just like miss. It's the
Mhm.
first
That
time
in
the
story,
FMV is like
Scratch would've
integrated
edited it to get to
narratively.
you. To hurt you. We are all in danger.
It's insane. And there's so much of it.
Is this? I'm trying to think. Is this like right before? I think so. I think
Have
this
you
is like
ever
right
heard of the
before the
cult of the
shitstorm
tree?
begins.
Creepy bunch.
Mm.
In the habit of wearing deer masks, performing murder rituals, victims turning into monsters possessed by darkness, possibly inspired by a horror story written by a certain author.
It is very normal for
Ring any
to see
bells?
demons in your brain, according to Saga.
Yes. Yes. They have the clicker.
If the cult has the clicker, does that make them Scratch's followers? How are you so certain they even have the clicker?
They could be working for Scratch. I don't remember. It's all confused.
Alan, if I'm gonna act on this information, you need to be honest with me.
Yeah, of course.
Is he confused? Or is he hiding something?
Both, turns out.
Yeah. Both turns out.
Gotta clean your room.
Gotta go clean my room. Gotta clean my room! Oh,
Alan's always confused. It is
that
what
is
what the
true.
actor has
Casey's
fucking
favorite
mastered
brand.
is Alan's confused
Tastes
face.
terrible.
We've got so much stuff. Hold the fire button to activate auto fire mode. It significantly increases the so I can just be rogues. Move faster while aiming.
So I
Saga
didn't
gripped
read
the
this
pump
right.
action shotgun
The
immovable
gunpowder
barrel.
thing.
It fit in her
And I
hands
thought it was
perfectly.
a
It felt
pun
steady.
on
She knew
gunpowder
how to
and gun
control.
owner.
She swung
So I
away
thought
already.
the name was gunpowder.
Gunpowder! Poner of guns. 15. Can I use this? Anyone? Do I have enough? Okay. Kill shot. Stand still to enter improved focus. Oh yeah, we'll do that.
Saga
Okay.
stood still,
Fucking lead
Emptying her
speak in
mind.
your fucking
Focusing.
Alan game.
breathing in,
Yeah, you know.
breathing out. She aimed the rifle, ready for the kill shot.
Yay! Okay. Okay, time to talk to the demons in our brain. Very normal.
Wake said the cult has the clicker. How does he know?
The writer is the reader. The next chapter, the next chapter, the next chapter. Keep the pages safe, the dark shining of the words.
Wake is hiding pages. That's how he knows the cult has the clicker. Wake has a double. Mr. Scratch. Where is he now?
A cloud of wrath wears my face. The dark place in your place. Scratching out my body of work.
Scratch is here. In Washington. He's hunting Wake.
Very normal
Scratch
deductions.
looks just
Make
like
Very normal
Wake.
no
deductions.
information.
Why?
Don't wake up the dreamer if your life is a dream. I swam to the shore, but the water is rising.
Wake and Scratch are clearly connected. Maybe Scratch got out because Wake did. Or vice versa.
Very normal things.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure he's sitting in that chair.
Yeah.
Sure is.
While they played cards in the general
It's like I love that she is like dead on point. Actually, the only thing that she doesn't get immediately is the fact that Scratch is right there and not somewhere else.
Yeah.
Is that they're like in the same body essentially, because they're the same person.
Wake introduced.
Wake just gave us a lot of information. But this clicker seems like a good place to start. If we find that, then we find the cult.
Scratch would be a lot less scary if he used whiteout.
Freeze in possession of the clicker. Okay. Infiltrate. Wake. Cult. Scratch. Clicker. Cold holes. Then again, spoken excerpts from the pages. Writing.
Sure.
Triangle figures. There was a thing for like old psychology, old symbols. Yeah. Note reminding cultists that victims are like animals. Cult psychology. No, I still have a room to clean.
Oh god, you have so much to clean still.
I have so much room.
The pages we've been finding are from a horror story called Return. written by Alan Wake, and the contents of this book are coming true. Why couldn't it have been a romance?
I don't think you want that.
I don't think you want that. I think it would have been pretty bad also. Jesus Christ, that's so many yellow dots.
Yeah, I don't remember this being so big.
Maybe
How
you're
does
getting
the
more, yeah.
story change reality? Lake says that the dark place can be accessed from there is an entity inside the dark place.
Okay, I have a lot in chat. Romance between who? Alan and Rose? Saga and Casey? Casey and Coffee?
Ugh.
So the fucking just put it somewhere. Scratch and the presents are interchangeable. Flashlights.
Yeah.
Inside bright lights, like I feel safe.
The H-beam of Scratch wouldn't have that name if Alan didn't insist on being a hipster and using a typewriter. Scratch's name would be Mr. Control Find and Replace.
This is true. Lake was trapped in the dark place for 13 years.
You know, it is interesting the like I never thought of that, of the seemingly similar technological like setback in the dark place. Like the same
That's
as in
right.
the, not quite the same, but similar to the oldest house.
Yeah,
Which
well,
I guess
the
makes
oldest house
sense.
just like doesn't like technology very well. I
It's
think it
just, it makes
takes
sense
the
if the same rule applies on like fiction, right? And the collective and conscious.
yeah. Well, because I guess because it's always a little bit slower to catch up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
It's not quite in the subconscious yet.
the oldest house doesn't super like modern technology, but you can use like fucking DOS systems and like old
Yeah.
computers and shit in there. So like stands to reason that probably in like at some point the oldest house will accept a smartphone.
Yeah. It seems like the dark place is like even slighter further back. Because like we only get like a payphone. We don't get like a smartphone or anything.
Yeah.
There's a typewriter, but not a computer in sight. I think even the equipment that Zane uses is like pretty old school.
Oh yeah.
Um,
But I think for Zane, the stuff that he uses would have been like fine for him because Zane was like
yeah,
what the fucking 70s.
yeah, he was in the 70s. Yeah,
The fuck do you want? Where do you want me to put this?
Kieran, every technology developed in the oldest house works fine. If they invented a phone in the oldest house, it would probably work fine. Oh,
Wild
I see.
stuff.
Needs to be invented there. Hi, I can finally use my zoom in the oldest house.
Yay!
I think Dark Place also needs a physical item for its art. Comp data doesn't have the same effect as a page with writing or a photo. Oh yeah, because it's less real. That makes sense.
I suppose that's true, but Alice seems to be using some kind of digital camera because there's memory cards
True.
involved.
True, she does. Yeah.
But I guess she still has to like print out a picture because she does
She
like
does print
exhibits
them
and
out.
stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas,
Yeah.
hmm. Ellen is also
Feels
just
like the effect of her photos only really exists when she prints them out. Yeah.
once they're physical, that's when that's when it starts to matter, I guess.
The dark place makes writing come true, taking something real and nudging it. They're treating people's lives like toys. Can Wake be trusted with that kind of power?
No.
Can anyone?
Absolutely not.
I think it could also have something to do with like Because, like, there's no objects of power, as far as we know, that are like
These stashes
a
could contain clues
smartphone.
about the cult.
They're all.
Better keep an eye out for
Yeah.
more.
But, like, if there were at some point, I feel like that would potentially start to shift things, right?
It's also yeah, there's that, and there's also the fact like if we continue on the theory we had last time, right? That this sort of like idea of the rules of fiction and the sort of like consensus, right, of humanity with fiction, helping out those entities becoming real and exerting power or even becoming starting to exist within our reality,
Creepy
then
dolls,
it wouldn't make sense that
mysterious
like even
rhymes.
objects of power would be
No
slightly
weirder than it.
delayed
Yeah.
in the technological department because it's all stuff that it's been there for decades, so as a result it's anchored. And you could even add to that in a meta sense that humans, because because new technology is new, do not mystify in their fictions a smartphone, not yet.
Yeah.
When
Well,
we
because
write horror stories or fantasy stories, it's always about older stuff because we romanticize the
yeah,
past.
no, that's
So
that's what I was
yeah.
thinking. Because it takes a while for people to start. Well, I think also part of that is from like just like who is making the stuff. Like it takes a
Yeah.
while for the people who grew up with that stuff to start writing the stories about it. So there's always within media a sort of delay because people are writing what they know.
Mm-hmm.
So the like prominent themes in media are always going to be like a generation or two behind what is currently happening. Like it horror movies that focus around like smartphones and laptops and stuff are like new, fairly new.
Yeah.
And
It
even
needs a bit of
then,
time to become part of like the big consensus
yeah.
of magic smartphone.
Yeah, of like downloading the
Yeah.
demon app that murders all your friends.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, this has been a thing in Japan a lot, in like Japanese horror stories.
Yeah.
The FBC is
But not
definitely
really to the
playing with things
West,
they don't
Well,
fully
interestingly enough.
Japan,
understand.
I think
And that
like
always goes well.
as far as their mythology and folklore goes, is also more open to accepting new ideas very quickly.
New things, yeah, for sure. They have the
Just like by nature of
sacrosanct.
the way yokai work.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think
Imagine 2 decades.
that might have something to do with it.
Yeah. Uh, Gilded Sai says, imagine 2 decades from now, when we get social media OOPs. I would not put it past Remedy to have one of the big problems eventually be fucking Twitter got infected and now everyone's is having demons directly downloaded into their
That
brains.
beamed directly into demons are being mailed to your location.
Yeah. Mimetic stuff is like, I guess, I was saying, oh, we don't really get in older, like new technologies. Like, I guess the big opposition to that is straight up SCP with
Yeah.
like mimetic
Yes.
problems. That's like the big purveyor of new technology is haunted in the West, I suppose. Oh no, demon ads. Listen.
Yeah.
You
Room is clean.
in is coming, the horror story about, and I think there's
Okay,
already a couple of
Mr.
those
Wake.
about
I know you have more pages of the manuscript on you.
your AI
You don't
girlfriend
understand how vital these pages
that you
are.
download on your
They're the
phone
only way I can
that
know what's
turns to be a
coming.
demon.
You're not the only one trying to
I
solve
think there's a
this.
couple of those already.
This
I'm
is
pretty
our
sure I saw it
job.
online.
Okay.
There's one called Amy, I think.
Here.
Yeah.
Now, this
I don't
is
remember.
all I
I didn't
have.
watch it. I don't know
Be
if it's good
careful
or
with
not.
them.
But I know there's one called Amy, and then there's at least 3 that I'm aware of. Amy is the only one I know the name of, though.
Yeah. It's like
And then I
now
guess
that you
depending on
mention
how
it,
you
Amy
feel
is
about
coming back to
her.
my head. Yeah.
Depending on
It's
how you
like
feel about that one.
I know of it's like weird too because like if we're talking straight up just like demons and haunted technology, right? Because with AI specifically, there's always and that's been old as fuck in sci-fi of like the AI turns evil, right?
Yeah,
But it's not really a
it's
haunting,
not like
so
a
I'm
new
gonna
concept.
count it separate. Yeah, I'm gonna count it separate on that front. But like AI girlfriend tries to kill his gravity falls. Yeah, no, but that's exactly what I mean, though. Is that's the AI that turns, evil. I don't know if she's haunted, or is she? God, I can't fucking remember. She does a pretty fucking weird stuff, so maybe she does become haunted. But yeah, no, it's like I know of at least there's like at least 2 like anime games that go into the yandere genre that do that with the AI stuff being haunted. Three, actually, yeah, now that I think about it. I don't know about the ones you have,
Inside the
Niko,
trailer,
but yeah.
at the outskirts of Watery, Saga had seen Wake's fabled clicker
So it
for the
is
first
coming.
time
People are doing
in the
stuff with
hands of
that.
the cult of the tree. A cultist stared at her. She drew her weapon.
Okay, that was another unscratched page.
Standing inside the trailer at the outskirts of Watery, Saga had seen Wake.
Hush, hush, Alan. What? Oh. I don't want to clean my room.
In your room. Clean your room.
I don't wanna. Standing at the outskirts.
If you don't clean your room, you gotta get broccoli for dinner.
The cult of the tree has the clicker Wake told me about. They're a part of all this.
Remember, Saga,
all on
don't
the
draw your
page.
weapon and the story
clicker,
changes.
the cult.
Wow.
Okay, I'll head to Watery and find this trailer. Casey, you stay here and keep an eye on Mr. Wake.
Got it.
No, you need me there.
No dice, pal. This is an FBI investigation, and I don't see a badge on that flannel.
You're stuck with Casey. You're stuck in the Casey zone. That's your punishment. You get to spend the entire afternoon with Casey. And he fucking hates you.
I love him. Look at him. Look at him. He hates this. Everyone here is so
I'm just
upset.
imagining, like, it's just gonna be fucking, like, this room is gonna be the most awkward and unpleasant silence ever as this man stares daggers into this confused writer's fucking skull.
Yeah. No one is happy in this room.
No one is happy in this room.
What's up?
You
got
wrote
something
these
to say?
pages in the dark place. So why are we finding them here?
I think I wrote them. I remember writing an endless amount of pages, but when this happened before, the pages were being sent from the dark place to help me. Maybe the same thing is happening here.
That's all for now, Mr. Wake. Thank you for your cooperation.
Alright, well, you two have fun. You two have a good time. Hello.
No, that's not how this works. You're a civilian, and we don't do ride-alongs. And if Scratch is after you, then so is the cult. We don't know who we can trust here.
Damn it, you are making a mistake.
Mm-hmm. I'll be sure to add that to the list.
You two getting along?
I see, so it's not gonna be silence, actually. I was wrong. It's gonna be endless arguing between the two.
Yep,
Hi,
this
welcome.
is gonna be the whole thing.
Past favorite Deerfest floats.
It'll be the whole thing, the whole afternoon.
Yarn puppet monstrosity.
Stuffed moose and squirrels.
This is your new boss fight, social boss fight, Alan Wake. Try to have this guy not punch you in the fucking face.
Yeah.
You caused it yourself.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not
Are
taking
these
that
the
wager.
paranormal investigators who lose one of them?
I think so.
I deadass don't remember them being here. Like I'm pretty sure they were here, but the first time I remember even being aware of them is when they were like, "Oh no, he went in and he never came back out," and we were like, "Oh, he's dead."
Yeah. He's fucking dead.
We were like, "Oh, that guy's
It would
dead."
be very funny if he's not and he shows up in control. Even though he's mentioned like once.
All of our attractions are family friendly and available
children of all ages.
Coffee World.
Like our coffee. So, take a sip of our Oh Dear
Fucking
Diner organic
love these
coffee and let
ads.
the adventure begin.
There was nothing in that cup.
Hold on for dear life on the Espresso Express. Oh! Soak in some local history at the Huatari Well, where two serial killers once hid the disemboweled bodies of their murder victims. It's not haunted. No.
There's demons in there.
Come join Mocha Moose and the goats at our amusement park petting zoo. Just don't share your coffee with the goats.
I love that we find out later that he is fucking sloshed when he does this.
It's not a
That's the only way he does this.
We thought he was just not interested in doing this.
Yeah.
He's drunk as fuck.
Turns out.
I can almost see the Warrior Lighthouse trailer park. This is so much fun! And finish off at our beautiful gift shop where seniors and children under 10 receive a 9% discount
God, I
on
fucking love
keychains
these.
and
They're so
propane
They're
tanks.
so funny.
Welcome to Coffee World. We guarantee you'll jaw a great time.
Oh God.
I've requested something be done about the TV in my room. It keeps going on by itself. It's keeping me awake all night.
It is just the same model.
I'm terribly sorry for that. We've called a
Yeah, this guy
professional
is just like
electrician.
always having a really terrible
In the
time.
meantime, have you tried
Yeah.
unplugging the TV for the night?
Oh, there's an idea, Einstein. Why don't I just get rid of everything I'm paying for in that room while I'm at it? Sleep on the floor. Go to the toilet in the corner. Hey, I'm not unplugging it. You're fixing it.
Of course, sir.
The guy just like has an increasingly worse time.
Mm-hmm.
And FBI.
That concludes our debate on whether pets should be allowed at this year's bake sale. For those of you just tuning
this
in,
guy.
you're listening to the Pat Maine Radio Hour, brought to you by Davis Family Moose Jerky.
Oh,
And
FBI.
boy, what an eventful day
that right?
here in
Are we
Bright
staying here?
Falls. By now, we've all seen the FBI setting up shop in town, and I'm sure you're all asking the same question I am. Did they bring all this darn rain with them? Deerfest is right around the corner, and we're all crossing our fingers for sunshine. So, I reached out to our top meteorologist.
Oh boy, the
for a
radio show.
weather
Yeah,
update.
oh boy, the radio show.
She never responded. But I have her uncle Tapio on the line from Watery. Tapio, are you there?
Watery.
Yes. Great. And Tapio, what kind of weather can we expect today?
Rain.
That definitely seems to be on the menu. How about over the next week?
Also rain.
Right. Care to elaborate? Any chance the sun will poke out in time for Deerfest?
No.
Well, Deerfest is coming, rain or shine. And that parade lineup is looking dandy as ever.
Yes, I like this parade because they have one float in the shape of a swan. Long neck and everything. A very large swan.
So you're a fan of swans?
No.
Right, well, that's our time. Right after this next song by the rock and roll sensation, National Nightmare.
Great.
God.
Your painkiller.
They're just so. It's kind of crazy how much charm they injected into this game,
Oh,
right? Like for a horror story, it's like it's not that often that you get like, no, we're gonna make sure that everything around you like has a shit ton of charm. We're gonna make you
So
care about this
fun.
fucking town.
You have to. It's small town. It's the town.
It's
It
the
is
town.
The Americana town.
Which honestly is like surprising that more people don't do that because like it's a big fucking move for a horror story to make you care about
Yeah, make
things,
you fucking
so
give a
that you
shit.
could then rip them apart later.
Ah, yes, the FBC room.
Yes, the nightmare room. Jesus fucking Christ.
All right. Cauldron Lake, look into news and rumors, focus on 2010, cross-reference the old case file from New York City cult, similarities, commonalities, and methodology, part of the series. Find out name of good coffee from diner. Very important FBC activity. Gotta get the coffee or they'll literally die. Oh, right, her.
Oh yeah, and she disappears after a while, and the
Yeah,
door is open, and she's
she just
not
like
there.
vanishes.
Yeah. Gets eaten by the room.
Yeah, the room fucking gets her. She gets eaten by the Gru or something.
Kevalon about like all the charm we were talking about. I love how it's all just ambient, like it's not forced on you. You can listen to everything if you want, but you can walk away anytime you choose. Yeah, which is honestly, that's not the
Very
only thing
alive.
that they do that way, since you could fucking miss the entire Zane movie.
No, yeah, you can just just miss plot. Control is the same way, where if you just like
Yeah.
decide I don't feel like doing anything that isn't the main quest,
Mm-hmm.
the most of the game, you can just be like, nah, fuck that.
It's I love how like it's skirting onto like the like the category of being a story. Remedy makes almost stories that don't want to be told, which
Oh
is my
yeah,
favorite type of
I
story.
love them.
Um, it's wonderful. Like obviously they have to tell it because it's like you have characters in it that are trying to reach for the mystery, but like it's you can tell that the universe does not want to give you
Yeah,
anything, and it's
no,
wonderful.
they don't give a fuck if you learn anything or not.
Yeah,
Every man's rights. What you need to know. What?
you need to know.
Tammy didn't want to come. Tammy didn't want me to come. I can tell. Not like the trip is even helping. I thought, oh, this is the two, the writer and the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I thought being out of the city would inspire me, but Bright Falls is just a bunch of trees and empty storefronts. I need to find something. I'm tired of writing one act plays and. Right. I remember this. Fuck this town. I don't even want to get into what happened last night. Right. It's weird though, sitting here in this hotel room, some pieces are starting to fall together. The idea of a new play, a space cult, burning down the galaxy in some misguided search for TBD, a lone man, an artist wandering the stars until his destiny puts him straight in the cult's path. All black cast, a musical, a rock opera. Hold on.
Oh, these guys, yeah.
Yeah, it's them. There's a trailer that talks about a space cult rock opera. But
Yeah,
it's
there
not him, it's
is.
like someone who lives in this town. So I
Yeah.
wonder. That's interesting.
Kevin says there was another space opera, I think. Ah.
Yeah,
So
this is
it might be a case of fiction
yeah,
infecting,
the
which would be very
fiction
nice.
is trying to propagate something about space operas. There's a space opera that really needs to be activated.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we got? Because we've picked up 2 manuscript pages.
Ooh, Gilded Size says, "Oh him, he's in the lake house." Okay,
Nice.
that's cool. That's exciting.
I'm real hyped for the lake house because I've got some
God, yeah.
theories about what is happening in the lake house. And I want to know if I'm correct.
Do tell, do share your theories.
So the only thing I know about the lake house is the like little teaser that they put out, and other than that, I have not engaged with it even a little bit. But I think that guy, the one who's like really pissed about the fact that he has to be out here and like fucking around with children's rides. I think he's in the lake house full of demons.
Ah, wonderful.
And that's what's happening. I think something really fucked up happened to him, and now he's down in the FBC bunker. Just in a hell of his own creation.
That's great.
It doesn't budge.
Can't wait for the Remedy space opera after FBC, Firebreak, Max Payne remake in Control 2. I would not put it past them to put a space opera section in Control 2. I would not put it past them.
Listen,
They have already
they
fucking
have to
hit
pay off
us.
on the space opera.
Yeah,
This
listen, they
is
already
sad.
hit us with the fucking like musical, the fucking talk show. Like they don't give a shit.
Did you?
They will do it
Why
if
would
they
I
want
patch
to.
your gear?
Honestly,
I've got
there's
my own to
already
worry about.
some degree of space travel,
Now
quote
how am I
unquote,
supposed to
with the
measure
whole
the energy
astral
signature
sea and all
emitted by
that shit.
paranormal manifestations?
It would not surprise me.
The astral sea, and then there's also like a small chunk. In Control, there's like this little small. It's like I think it's either one room or like a little set aside section of the of like a floor that's got a bunch of space stuff in it. And it's
True.
got that one entity in it that keeps asking for stuff. It wants its like helmet back or something, and they're like, "Don't give it its helmet."
Did you try that?
Like it
Don't
seems
give
like
it its
it seems like a mostly friendly guy, but they're like, "Don't give that thing a
But don't
helmet."
give it his helmet though. Oh my god, what if you give him his helmet back? It's like an astronaut helmet and you are in space if you give it his helmet back.
Give it to him. Yeah.
Wherever it is space now.
I don't remember exact. It's been a while. It's been a long time, but I think that thing was like they sent some people up, and then one more person came down than they sent up, so they just have this thing, and it keeps asking for things, and it wants it's like it like wants its head, and its head may or it might actually be a space helmet, and it's just it seems to be friendly, but they're like, don't give that thing that head. Just don't give that thing anything.
How are you on the line?
I couldn't end the call.
You've been on the phone this entire time?
Yes. And I hate teriyaki.
Well, it's delicious on jerky. So, let's give a big thank you to Wendy Davis for these samples.
Wendy?
Never hangs up.
That can't be
It's
right.
Tapio. How are you
Wendy
still
went
on the line?
missing in
I couldn't hang up the
2010.
call.
I heard she's dead.
No, I'm referring to Wendy Davis from our sponsor, Davis Family Beef Jerky.
Wendy Davis. That's the dead one. She's dead.
Right. Well, that's our time. Remember to keep your coffee warm and your chin up because that sunshine's right around the corner. Pat Main, signing off.
Tapio is still on the line.
Yep, sure is.
Good afternoon.
God, this radio host fucking.
Yeah, that guy. He's probably fine. Okay. Okay, these are the paranormal investigators.
Hey, Avalon says Jerby took the top head mission. Jesse gave it its head. Oh, okay. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's it. That's the guy. Because it sends you on like a fetch quest where it asks for a bunch of different shit. Because it just keeps asking for stuff, and they're like, don't leave that alone. Flooded area. And he's just a little guy. But the FBC, as far as we know, has like commandeered NASA's equipment because occasionally they go into space and weird shit comes back and they're like, all right, well, we're keeping that. Hello. Hi there. Whoever said that was like a fucking million miles away. Mayor Center. Hello, Mayor Center. Oh, speaking of Mayor Center, actually. Okay. Point of interest. That's by the car. What's this? Janitor bucket. Okay, I see. Okay. Cool. Can go over there. Cold stash. Behind the locked thingy. I bolt cutters. It takes them for fucking ever to give me bolt cutters. Go to your diner. I don't have a screwdriver yet. What's this? A lunchbox. Oh, there's a lunchbox. There's a lunchbox in the park!
Mm-hmm.
To the park! It's daylight. We don't need to have our flashlights out.
But the people, Niko, they need to know. They need to know
They do
that
need to know.
this is the FBI, that they need to open up.
FBI!
Hello. How are you?
I do like that some of the NPCs, if you enter their aggro range, will just start talking to you.
They'll just start being small town friendly at you.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay. Very sorry about what I'm about to ask.
Hey, how you doing?
This is from a ignorant
Better is
European.
better.
Okay, but like, is that like real? The whole like, small town in America are like kind of like creepily friendly.
I think it depends on where you
Mm,
are and like the general, because like America is fucking gigantic, and
yeah, very true, very true.
the cultural existing culturally in America is like very very different depending on where you go.
Hmm.
Like in Michigan specifically, people are actually Michigan is like a pretty polite state. But there are other places where it's like less. People don't really want to have anything to do with you anywhere ever. But also, I think in smaller towns people are a little more friendly because it's like a smaller community, so everybody knows each other. So when there is a new person, everybody knows that it's a new person, and then everybody wants to know who you are.
Yeah, yeah, they're all like, "Hi, hello," and
Yeah,
as a result,
everyone
it's
wants
like
to
they're
like
being friendly about
immediately.
it because they
Yeah, they
don't want to
they
like.
want to get in your business like pretty fucking immediately.
But as a result, since it's everybody and immediate, it's like that's kind of creepy. Maybe back up.
Yeah, but it's just like everyone's like that's a new person, and they immediately want to be in your business because in smaller communities, it's a little bit more normal to be in everybody's business all the time.
Yeah, and also they're
Everybody knows
bored.
each other. Yeah, and also they're bored. Also, they're bored, pretty big. But it also depends, I suppose, where you are. Like, Detroit is a pretty big city, but people are still pretty friendly.
Yeah.
Whereas from what I understand, it's a little different when you go to like New York, where everybody wants to mind their own business and wants you to get out of their face for the most part.
Yeah. That's. It feels like that's kind of like a general thing that happens in most like bigger cities. Like the bigger the city is, the more aggro the people are.
Yeah. Well, because it's probably just because like it's harder to get around and there's so many fucking people all of the time.
Yeah, it's overload. Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure.
So like
Let's see. Oh, many things in chat. K Avalon. Fra's exterior physical form consists of extravehicular mobility unit spacesuits, identical to the ones used by NASA astronauts on the Apollo 14 mission. The suit shows signs of minor damage, presumably due to the lander's lack of foresight for the entity to strap down into during its return
I
to
remember
Earth.
that.
Fra does not need the suit to survive. The inside of the suit is hollow and pieces can be removed without harming the entity, although doing so aggravates it. BHB Bot says, the people, Niko, they love opening up. Technically, it's location dependent based on my question for earlier. BHB Bot, I am from a small town in Canada. We are a tourist town, so we try to be friendly. And the result is creeping out those who are not used to it. Yeah, we joke that it's a drinking town with a fishing problem. That's funny. That's fucking funny. Like, it might also just be a cultural thing. A lot of European countries don't like people in their business, so like overt friendliness from a stranger is not like it's not like frowned upon, but it's definitely weird
Yeah,
over
it's gonna
here.
get you like people are gonna be like, what
What are you doing? Yeah. Most small towns in France, I'm not going to talk for the rest of Europe, but in France, most small towns are definitely like we don't like you at first, but we'll warm up to you type deal. Like you'll get side eyes at first, and then if you're not a problem, then people will eventually just get friendlier and friendlier if you make an effort. If you stay in your lane, then they'll just stay in their lane as well most of the time. Unless you're in one of the racist places, and then they don't stay in their lane.
Unless you're in the racism. That's true of everywhere. Unless you're in the racism.
Yeah.
Then the rules are a little different.
And the rules are a little different. Then it all depends on your particular complexion.
Afternoon.
Or moral sensibilities. Or sexual orientation. There's just a lot of boxes that you can tick for these people to not like you.
Yeah.
You're back with Pat Maine.
What? I activated a radio.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck is the
It
radio?
was very funny. It was very funny at some point. I was doing just fine in a place that I was staying at for a little bit, until I started talking about my political views and people realizing that I was left-leaning. And then I got a little bit of the cold shoulder suddenly.
There it is.
World would be so much nicer if everyone took a live and let live approach. Yes, but how could the people stay in power if they didn't fearmonger you?
This is true.
It's pretty neat. Real neat.
They have to do so. That's how they distract you from all the bullshit they do in the background.
At the Sunday market. So make sure to say hello to Wendy Davis from our sponsor, Davis Family Beef Jerky, while you're there, all right?
Wendy
Terry,
Davis. That's
you
the
still there?
Yeah, still here. I'm just... Geez, Pat, I'm sorry to tell you this. I thought you heard Wendy's dead.
Oh, boy. That's a strange joke you're playing there, Terry.
No, it's... I'm sorry, Pat. You know all that FBI business. Wendy was one of those bodies they found.
Well, that's just not possible, Terry. Wendy stopped by this morning with 3 flavors of beef jerky. She brought me the smoked hickory and the teriyaki and then what was that other one?
I'm real sorry, Pat.
What was that other one? She was just talking about this just hours ago. Smoked hickory, teriyaki, and...
You're doing well, Pat. You're doing very well. I can see.
Teriyaki. Thanks, Tapio.
Thanks,
It's
Tapio.
just a bit of a strange joke, Terry. Did Yako and Elmo put you up to this?
Pat.
Well, somebody's having a laugh over this little prank, I'm sure. Terry, thank you so much for your time. Can't wait to see those Deerfest cuckoos at the market. Wendy will be there with her beef jerky as always, and we'll be back after this.
Thanks, fam. Thanks, Wendy.
Headcanon part. I love to imagine that, like, this guy, just because he didn't know that she was dead, she is not for him. Like, straight up.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even that, like, he is pretending or that he is not admitting or anything. It's like, because in a fictional town where fiction is the fucking thing that makes you real, the one guy that is convinced that she's alive and is perpetrating her through ads is actually keeping her sort of alive, but just for him.
Some instance of her exists.
Yeah.
Because
he's there and he keeps saying this shit. He keeps talking about her jerky. As a result, she manifests, and the more she manifests, the more he talks about her jerky, and the more she's real.
Everyone else is like,
Dude,
sorry,
stop. Dude,
sir.
stop. Doesn't someone get really fucking upset at him later on? I think someone does.
Yes. There's like a thing around here. It might be on the inside. Hey guys. He was probably gonna die.
Beef jerky is an art. She was in the dark place. Her widowed husband. Right, yeah, no, that makes sense.
I need something to cut this.
Technically a name. Well, she's alive in my headcanon.
cannons are powerful in this universe.
Yeah. It's
another one of those
I
boxes.
yeah. Fucking love this shit, man. Remedy, good world building.
No, it's not what I wanted. Through the dark, through the woods. Bonk. 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 Alright. Now that we've stolen, we can head out. Okay. Is this? No, this is your car. Wow. What the fuck? Guys.
I'm getting some good establishing shots here. Capturing the charming small town with a dark undercurrent beneath the surface vibes.
Bright Falls.
Even
Like
your
name brings to mind
car needs a new coating.
idyllic place.
I'm glad you two
I feel like this car is made of rust. Oh no, because that's rust. Guys!
Car doing pretty bad. Car doing pretty bad.
Car doing pretty bad, you guys. Anyway. One of them is gonna die, probably.
Mushroom, the people, they love the world building.
Alright, to Culture Lake. I didn't mean to go to Culture Lake. That's fine. The people do love the
Damn.
world building. It is true.
They do. I am one of the people, and I do love the world building.
Love the puzzles.
People, they hate the puzzles.
They love the puzzles. Time to go on an ominous drive in the wrong direction.
If the puzzles are for the people to enjoy, that means tourists are going around opening boxes and pills and ammo. No, it's literally just the cult. They're literally just talking about the cult. He's doing this to his own men.
Yeah, for fun. For fun. For like the enrichment.
For the enrichment. He even admits it's not even for security. He just fucking does that shit.
It's for fun.
It's for morale, one might say. The world shall be built and then covered in puzzles, says Coloraptor. Be careful, that's how you make fucking Professor Clayton.
Alright, cool. Now that we've
It's a
come here,
team building exercise, yeah.
Time to go on another ominous drive.
Let's just get some real time to think. Have a moment to reflect, chat.
Yeah, Anderson, I didn't want to say this in front of Wake, but are you sure this is a good idea? Going on your own?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Assuming we believe the page, I need to check this out. We need to find the cult. Anyone we meet here could be a member. And this Scratch guy.
The evil doppelganger? Must be true, or else this guy can't write for shit.
The quality of his writing aside, if this page turns out to be true like the rest have, this could be a breakthrough. We might solve this thing before backup even arrives.
Yeah, but they're taking their time, so just be careful out there. Meanwhile,
hi, Laura.
I think me and Wake will have a chat. Maybe I can shake something loose.
Okay. But remember what happened with the salt shaker?
Yeah, real funny.
Casey's gonna beat the shit out of Alan.
He's gonna beat the shit out of Wake.
The page placed me in a trailer, somewhere in Watery.
He's gonna literally pick him up by his legs and shake him.
Yep. I'm gonna shake that man to death.
Hi, Laura. I'm only here for dating sim. I'm too stupid for puzzles. Dating sim with Leslie. Oh, right, yeah, because Leslie was a Mass Effect. Right.
I bet it wasn't Doc Worker.
I don't know.
Listen, any environment can be a dating sim if you try hard enough.
It's true. Listen.
The flooding is even worse here. More like underwatery. I'll have to tell Casey that one later.
Is it? Hold the fuck up.
I love how she's hell-bent on annoying Casey with puns. That's her favorite fucking thing.
I mean, wouldn't you? If you had, if you had
True.
access.
If I found a way to make that
Casey.
man just like sigh at me, I probably would.
It's like peak enrichment to make Casey like put down his cigarette and be like, oh.
Yeah. Just to get Alex Casey to like look at you like you're a fucking moron.
Can't open this with my bare hands.
BHB of Saga, I'm a Canadian and even I am not polite enough to say the quality of his writing is fine. Amazing.
Gun food. Speaking of gun food.
Hey Laura, true, I somehow managed to date a collective consciousness in a horror game. Lama.
I can't load my gun when I'm in safe places. Imagine
Yeah.
I could stand next to a small diner and begin loading 5 guns.
Oh, you rascal. What have you been up to this time around? There's only so many times I can keep fixing the same hole.
You talking to the boat?
He's talking to the boat.
He's talking to the boat. Is there gun food here?
Isn't Ati here singing? I think he's here later. I don't think he is here the first time we come around, but he comes later.
He does appear at some point, but he's like a build-up.
Yeah. He sings Yotunyo. Yotunyo? I don't remember how to pronounce it.
I think that's it.
I'm very bad at the what's the is it's Finland, right? They're Finnish, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very bad at the Finnish letters, right? That give you a specific pronunciation. I always forget. The only one that somehow I remember is that the O that's like sort of like scratched out is like a sound. And that's it.
Oh, here he is.
Oh no, it's here.
Here right now.
Wow.
I thought this was later.
That's different.
Okay then.
That's different. He definitely wasn't here that soon before. I remember going through this place and not having him there.
Watery's own Nessie. My source sent this photograph to our editors claiming it was captured during the last full moon. A majestic beast hidden in the depths of the water or an elaborate prank. A sea creature that defies. What am I looking at?
Yachmio says Baldur's Gate 3 is a dating sim with some tactical combat built on it.
Correct.
It's one big fucking dating sim then.
Massive dating sim, but it is in fact a dating sim.
It is a dating sim. Keavalon, he sings the same song in the Yotunyo movie Zane did. Yeah, he does, yeah. I remember that. Laura, someday I will be free from my work jail. I believe in you. You can do it. You can do it, you can survive.
Welcome to Coffee World! We're gonna tell me about Coffee World. There's this, which I'm pretty sure is the names of some people who worked on it.
Oh, that's a clever way of doing that.
Pretty sure
That's cool. Laura says, stuck for an hour and a half behind a desk waiting for someone to make the phone yell at me.
Oh.
Yep, that's the 9 to 5 lifestyle. In a building where no one needs me right now. Oh, damn.
Ah.
Yeesh. The boring zone.
Save. There's the goo. Can't go out there yet. Yeah. I can't go out there until Mayor Setter is there. Yeah, Auntie.
Excuse me. Do you know where...
Hush! Auntie's in the middle of a show.
I wonder if I'm the first FBI agent to ever get shushed.
Certainly not. Map.
Oh, nice.
Map obtained. What the fuck? Oh, they're dolls. Excuse me, children? What do you mean?
What do you mean? There's not a single child in this fucking town, how dare you?
Conversation, new choices. Do you mean... Hold on. I know that that's the guy that's over here, but new choices?
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh.
Do you have a second?
Ah, long time and no see, Miss Anderson. Thor and Odin
knows
are
us
not
now.
here. They are old
I don't think he knew
tricksters
us the
always
first time.
sneaking off.
Sorry. No,
Busy.
I wanted to ask you about something else. Can you point me to any trailers around here?
Sure. Watery Lighthouse Trailer Park.
Yeah, because I think last time he was just kind of like, man, I just have to be
many
here.
things in town.
And where is
I don't remember him having
I saw
information last
Ilmo
time.
and his brother at the bridge. Well, what
Maybe.
used to be the bridge.
I kind of remember him just being like, man, I'm just waiting for this to be over so I can take the old people
Yeah.
back home.
Do you live around here?
I live in Bright Falls. You have seen me around. I am Mr. Blum. You call me Vladimir. I work at a nursing home.
Vlad!
I take care of your old people. We are on day trip, music, sauna, the good times. I bring them here in the bus.
The elderly are very important. And it's a very nice bus.
Wasn't
Thanks.
like this before. Also,
Yeah.
Vlad is the guy from the notes, right? Like when you go through
Yeah,
the
he
nursing
is.
home, there's one guy who's like fucking furious that nobody else
Yeah,
can
yeah.
do their goddamn job. And it's
Yeah, yeah,
him!
yeah. It's him, yeah.
I always thought Vlad was fucking dead!
Wait, hold on. Can you look around? Can you look around? To the table that's next to the bus. Okay, yeah, she's still here. Okay. It was like there was a lady that helps out that you can talk to. No, wait, that's not her. She's not here. I'm pretty sure there was a lady that you could talk to that was also involved with the nursery home. Am I fucking
so.
stupid? I'm.
It might be Rose, because I think once... I don't know. I don't remember. We're gaslighting ourselves, Bryn.
We're gaslighting ourselves. No, you're right. You're right. She's there until Ati sings.
Yeah, because when once Adi stops singing, then she lets you. Because if you try to talk to anybody while he's in there, then Rose is like, "No,
Yeah.
Adi's singing." But once Adi is done singing, then you
Yeah.
can like talk to people without Rose yelling at you about it.
Yeah. So he did start earlier this time.
Ah. Mayor Center.
Mayor Setter.
That's right. We have fucking we have fucking proof, chat. We're not gaslighting ourselves. It's real. Mushroom says, speaking of other games that people love the puzzles, is my brainworm for whenever I find a new environmental storytelling puzzle in Elden Ring, because I can tell you, a lot of people do not like the puzzles in Elden Ring, but I love the puzzles. You have a superpower. Oh yeah, during the first run, we didn't really see any children or children-related objects besides Logan stuff. Oh, cool. Cool.
Who's this? Have you seen me? Oh, the dog. There's a dog.
Dog.
Okay.
That was the competition for Mayor Setter. Got disappeared. You'll never expect the underlying dog politics in this town.
You know, the normal interaction you have when a dog starts barking.
Yeah.
You just also start doing bark.
Mom's family was from Sweden. I've always imagined it kind of like this. Saunas, lakes. Seems nice.
Oh, hey, you.
Was that a Scarlet Hollow joke, sir? Maybe.
I'm gonna check the map more often, because it gives me so much more information this time around.
It does, yeah.
Enjoying the sauna?
It feels like
You
it's
bet.
essentially
The steam is amazing
shortening
on my creaky old
your
joints. I'm
stay,
just
if that
waiting
makes
for
sense.
Ati
The
to
first time
wrap
they
up
make
his
you go
show
around
so we can crack
once,
open
and then
some
you get more and more
beers.
stuff as you
I've
make
read that
loops.
taking a sauna
This
is good for
time they're kind of like,
preventing
okay,
dementia.
you did
Yeah,
this
and
before,
so
you know,
is
here's all
beer.
the stuff.
Yeah,
Is what it seems.
You did it once, so now
Ever
we're just
heard
gonna
of
hand you
the
the
cult
stuff
of the
that like
tree?
matters.
The half
Yeah.
deer, half man monsters? Oh, sure, I've heard of them. They're the reason I can't risk taking walks in the forest anymore. If one of them shows up, how am I supposed to get away? I can't run with a bad hip. I'd be killed for sure. I could maybe use my crutches to defend myself. Do you think that'd work? You're the professional.
Probably smart just to stay in the sauna for now.
Thanks, man.
Oh, true. Kevon says you do have the Mayor Setter charm early.
I do have the Mayor Setter charm early, but the Mayor Setter charm the first time around literally only really showed you like it showed you containers, locked doors,
Mm-hmm.
and like points of interest and maybe
Yeah.
manuscript pages, but I don't remember if it showed you manuscript pages or not. But like this stuff, like little investigation points, the
Mm-hmm.
dolls, I know they added some quality of life upgrades. So
It might be that, and
might
we're
just
like
be
gaslighting
those.
ourselves into no but plot though.
But it is nice that so now the second time around I'm like, all right, well, I don't have to worry about like but the mystery because I've already done it.
Yeah.
Sauna doesn't
Yeah.
fix what ails ya.
And it certainly didn't tell me where if there was someone that I could talk to. The Mayor Setter charm did not point out like conversation points. And that I kind of feel like is I feel like is more likely a function of a second pass. So that it can be like, hey, talk to this person again, they have a new thing to say.
That makes sense.
Pointless jibber jabber. Not on the radio, not in the sauna.
You sound really depressed, my guy. You okay?
That's one of the things where like I've always like this is sometimes I'm faced with social things or like I just don't understand. And I do try to understand, but I just don't. Like people who are like, yeah, I can just exist in silence and be here. I cannot. I cannot exist in silence if I'm in a place and no one's talking. Immediately my brain is like, why am I here? And it's the same for like, I don't want fucking small talk or jibber jabber. I'm like, that's all I have. That's all I am is
why
fucking
am I
blabbering.
here with a bunch of other people if we're just gonna sit here?
Yeah, exactly. I just cannot. I just
also
cannot.
just like don't like silence. It wigs me out. If it gets too quiet, then I'm like I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here. This is where I get murdered.
I used to be that way until I like in order to like combat OCD, I got
Emma.
like into more
How did your walk in the
focused
woods with
stuff
Steven go?
and like
Another
meditation.
satisfied
So I can
customer.
handle silence now
just
because
hope
I
he
will just
remembers to
start
write a good
basically
review of the
focusing on my
webpage.
breath, and it can be
Great to
very
see you back in
relaxing
Watery
as a
Saga.
result.
Everyone in
I
town
have
is
used
Steel.
it a couple times
Super nice to
actually
see
to
you
like
again,
just calm
Saga.
myself down, just like
They
cut
act like they've
fucking
known me for
everything
years.
and just focus for a
This
while.
keeps
It does give my overthinking brain a break, but like Once I am with people, it's like, no, I need conversation.
You own the trailer park, right?
If there's no
Mind if I
conversation, I
take a
am
look
dying.
inside?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the owner of the Watery Lighthouse Trailer Park, me, can help you with that. It's good to have our funniest resident back.
Resident? I don't understand what you mean.
If this is your way of getting out of any outstanding bills, don't worry. They've been handled. Must be hard coming back to where you and your little girl lived.
It's like they remember a different reality. Is the horror story messing with their memories?
I'm trying to remember how much, like, how aware everyone was
I
of
think this was
things by
pretty
this point.
similar. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure this was
I
very
think is
similar.
mostly the same.
Are you familiar with the Cult of the Tree?
Yeah, we always thought it was an urban legend. Kids drawing creepy symbols to scare each other, but, now it's gotten pretty damn real.
Shut the hell up.
It's terrible what happened.
They're so fucking proud of themselves.
Well,
Look at them.
they're looking into
They're
it,
so fucking proud of themselves.
hoping to get things back to normal soon.
It's just
They're
an
They're
old
like, oh,
fairy
it's just
tale.
a story, you know, it's fairy
As
tale.
normal as
Oh,
it
it's
ever gets
spooky,
around
you
here.
know. Wow, they're so scary though. Like, God,
Yeah.
fucking.
So what is Coffee
Look at
World?
you, look at you, you two
You mean
fucking,
you haven't seen our
fucking
commercial
uni
for it?
kids, you.
Coffee World is a smooth blend of rides, food, and fun. We even had a real moose. Until recently. Plus, right next to Coffee World is the workshop of our own Kalevala Knights Motorcycle Club. We're busy building the floats for Deerfest. Don't go peeking, though.
I will.
You know, we're saving the big reveal for Deerfest.
FBI, show me your pupils. Are you drunk or
Show
high
me
right
your
now?
pupil. Are you fucking slushed right now?
FBI, let me blow into the device.
Are you a fucked up slug hunk?
So, your commercials.
They're more than commercials, Saga. Our goal is to both entertain and educate local viewers about the fine products and services we provide.
That's an advertisement.
And, Yako here really comes alive in front of the camera. Really. Fuck off. I'm just there for the free beer. Not sure what Ilmo's excuse is. Hey, I'm writer, producer, co-lead, director. Do yourself a favor and, check them all out.
I'm missing something. I should try profiling.
No, we're not gonna do that right now.
This marriage.
Wow!
Flooding did this?
I didn't remember this.
I'm gonna leave this
I
guy
didn't
alone.
remember this. Holy shit, we need to introduce you to a man, my guy. You guys are gonna bond real quick. Holy fuck.
Let's go do some profile.
I hate that I can fucking immediately tell what he's going for too. I'm like, just like my marriage, going nowhere.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus
Just walk up
fucking
to this
Christ.
man, he's like, just like my marriage.
Just like my marriage, the end of the road, go nowhere.
Dog, are you okay? No.
He's not. That guy is a construction worker thinking about his marriage smoking at the end of an unfinished road. He is not okay.
That man is dying.
Dying in real fucking time. God, that's the stuff that I want to learn how to do, is to just like improv give my Randys just random shit like that. Like, yeah, this guy's divorced.
This guy's divorced.
Need to introduce him to the most divorced man in America? Yeah.
He's coming. Well, the most divorced man in America is currently trapped. Trapped with the worst writer.
I love that in any other game, right, there would be like a hint of like maybe a romance between him and the FBC lady, right? Not here. They're just bonding
together.
over the fact that they're divorced and they're divorced together.
Yeah, they're just divorced together.
No light at the end of the tunnel.
I
You're
love
just
them.
here.
Let these people be divorced.
God. Holy shit. Honestly, props to fucking Sam Lake to make honestly a very decent actor. Considering since he's like both like one of the writers, producer, and fucking director, I think. CEO of Remedy, I think he is. I'm pretty
I think
sure.
so.
It's like, talk about a guy that just, was like, I'm gonna fucking do it myself.
I'm divorced, he said.
I am divorced. You know what I think people should learn more about is the intricacies of the reality of divorce.
Sometimes you just let a guy be divorced. Sometimes the guy is just divorced.
Wake says the story will change reality
Sam
around
Lake is
us.
insane, yeah.
If
I
that's
love how
true,
chipper
then I
he
need
is
to know
with that
what's
face of
real
his that just
and
tells you
what's
he's
fiction.
dying.
I love him.
And that's just his face. He's not like that at all.
No, he's not like that. But he plays the biggest bummers in every game he's a part of.
The man is very at peace with his physique and understands what he is supposed to be in the story.
He understands that he has resting divorced face.
He has resting divorced face, resting sad man face. It's resting dying face. This guy is like... He has fucking noir detective syndrome. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't slept in 5 years. I am the happiest man on earth since Sam Lake. Fucking kill me, says Alex Casey.
I love Alex Casey.
What's the connection?
He's so good. He's so funny.
What kind of case is this?
Yeah, no, it's not good. What kind of case is it? Oh, wait, no, I came here to talk to demons. I forgot. Oh, god damn it. Release me. Alright, time to talk to the demons.
Elmo thinks the cult is just an urban legend.
He doesn't think that.
Or does he?
There are things that go bump in the night. It's all true. It's all true. Sound the alarm, brother. Gather the troops, brother. Yako, the shadow of the forest is creeping closer.
They don't think it's an urban legend at all. They understand it's dangerous. Ilmo made it sound like I lived here. Does he really believe that?
Light, laughter, and love will guide you home. Saga and her daughter. Oh boy. Happy faces raise property value. Family comes first, Ilma. We take care of her trailer while she's gone. She's one of us, Yako. Her spare key is safe and sound.
The Koskela brothers have happy memories of me living here. This must be the story affecting them. I'll play along for now. I need the key to that trailer.
Why did I go this coffee world? Alright, my room is clean.
All joking aside, yes, I would like to see my trailer. Do you have a spare set of keys?
Good for you. Yeah, I have a spare set. They're just over at Coffee World. I'd get them for you, but Yako and I have to head to Bright Falls. The spare keys are in the gift shop safe. I'll call ahead and have someone get them out for you. Oh,
that's a
the
weird
road's
place
flooded,
to keep your spare
but if you
trailer
just follow
keys.
this trail behind me, it'll lead you there. Call the gift shop so they can give Saga.
There is nothing normal about these two.
FBI,
Nothing?
calling.
What am I paying them for?
Guess they're busy. Well, after they finally pick up, we really need to get over to Bright Falls.
Oh, there were supposed to be people over there. Right.
Must be
Yeah,
busy
but
at the
they're
park.
demons now.
These are
Yeah.
off-peak hours.
That's why they're
Yako.
like, just go there.
They're just
as far as
slacking.
they're concerned, it's literally just a park. There's nothing normal about anyone in this game, Bryn. Correct.
True.
And that's a good thing.
We love them for this. I can't wait for this universe to expand and for it
Need
to
to get across the
continue
river.
to be just absolutely full of nothing but freaks and weirdos. Because there's, between this game, between Alan Wake and Control, now I can load all 5 of my guns. That one's full. This can have more in it. Sweet. There we go. I stand outside of a small diner and start loading 5 guns.
She can sense the dungeon. Gather your party before venturing forth. My party is my 5 guns.
My party is all 5 of my guns. And our collective collection of pills.
That I will drink.
Yeah. Did you
An
know pills
unhealthier
are
man.
liquid? says Saga Anderson. Oh,
what was that?
There's a guy.
I love it too because, like, in the animation, they throw the bottle away, which means that she drank the whole fucking bottle.
Yeah, this is a bottle of like judging just by the size of it, that's like a 20 count bottle of painkillers, right?
Fuck!
Woo! I hear you. Over there making little goblin-y noises. Oh, there you are.
FBI, show yourself!
FBI, open up!
FBI! Oh shit. Really hope that's not ibuprofen that's gonna ruin her stomach lining.
Yeah. That's fine, she ate bread.
It's probably worse. Judging by how fast it acts, it's probably worse.
More people turning into Taken.
Oh wow. That
Is this the
kills him
cult?
even through his,
Or the story?
through the shadow.
Or both?
Wow. Maybe he didn't know you were there somehow.
Well, I also upgraded this thing, so I've got the it does extra damage when when they don't know you're there. Plus, if you're standing still, you enter like kill shot mode.
Oh,
So now
okay,
this
okay.
thing just does. If they don't know I'm there and I just don't move, well, I guess they just die. Now I truly am able. Now I truly am the hunter. Okay. Okay, so there's. I gotta go over there. Gotta do it. Gotta go over there. So I can collect more Lake House lore before I go into Lake House hell. I wonder when we're gonna find the next episode of Brightfall. Yeah, Knightsbreak. Let me check. Yep, time for Lost in the Woods simulator. God damn it. This woods, as I recall, is not as bad as the one by Cauldron Lake.
It's shorter. Yeah.
It's shorter and it's kind of more linear, whereas the Cauldron Lake woods are a fucking eldritch hellscape of trees. Can't wait until I get a screwdriver. That'll be nice. I don't remember when I obtained screwdriver.
Honestly, it's pretty big of Remedy to, like, when they heard the complaints about the woods, they were like, yeah, You get
Yeah.
lost. That's the point.
Yeah.
Fuck you. We're doing it worse than the next game.
Well, like, even on the first playthrough, I could tell. Like, you can tell that those woods are designed to be disorienting.
Yeah.
But it is, like, based of them when people were like, hey, no one can find their way through the woods, they went,
Yeah.
good.
Good. I mean, like,
Good.
that
Saga was
literally
beginning
that
to
complaint
see why
happened in the
Casey
first
disliked the
game,
woods
like in
so
Alan
much.
Wake 1, and
They
even
felt
then they
oppressive
were like,
here.
good.
Too many places
It's on
to hide.
purpose.
The distorted
Good,
carnival
that means we
music
did it
drifting
right.
from the amusement park ahead did not help. What the Koskalas had said about her living in Watery with Logan
I can
unsettled her.
appreciate
For the
the
horror
sticking
story
to
to
their
involve
guns
her was one
creatively.
thing, but involving her daughter was crossing a line.
Don't ever
Something
let
darted
them
across the path ahead.
make your
Too
woods
fast to see.
habitable, Remedy.
Saga drew a weapon. Her eyes searched the woods.
I might hate your
A
fucking
noise
woods,
overhead.
but, like, you know,
Saga swiveled
I
to look.
respect it.
A local.
I
I
respect
respect
man
the
on the
woods.
ridge above her.
I hate them, but I respect
Not a
them.
man. A monster with a hatchet
It's
in
like
each hand.
it's funny
It
because it's
shouted down
literally
at her. Hunting
like a
season
lot
was
of
a
the advice
bust.
that I got when I started Necroveritas. Everybody was like, "Hey, no matter what people say, you're allowed to be a freak about your own creations."
Yeah. It's true. When I finally start, like, running actual stuff where people can see them, you fucking bet your ass I'm gonna be a huge fucking weirdo about it.
For sure.
Another cult stash?
I don't think anyone here is on my Patreon, but for those of you who are, you know. You've seen me.
You know. You know.
I guess for
I
those
haven't
of
been on
you
the
who
Patreon,
don't.
but I've been on Blue Sky.
Listen, at the beginning of the year I said I was entering my OC era, and I did not lie.
Did not lie at all.
Follow me on Blue Sky if you want to watch me scream about my little guys.
You wait, Niko GMing weirdness, Elora. Oh, it's very exciting from what Niko has shared.
It'll be dumb. It'll be a dumb fun time. And you're gonna have to put up with me mostly, honestly.
That is what one signs up for when you go to a GM's game. Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with the GM quite a lot.
Quite a lot. And as when I make characters for other people's games, if you come to my game, you come with the understanding that the primary thing I have to offer you is unpleasant freak weirdo men. That's what I have for you. That's what I got for you.
Yeah. I will say, since Elora said gentle, grabby hands, if you want a good suggestion for a player for a horror game, Elora is top notch.
I pat Alora. I put Alora in the little box. I shake it a little bit. I shake Alora in a tiny box. I do offer Dirt Boys. That's what I've got for you.
Another rhyme.
Yes.
I offer you Dirt Boys. I have been...
Dirt Boys and stupid women.
The stupidest women. I've got the worst guy you know, and I've got the stupidest woman you've ever met in your life, and that's what I have.
Yep.
Those are the two things I offer to you, and that
We
will
love it.
only come in larger numbers when I run
Love
games.
to see it.
Gentle beast with a beautiful crown runs through the woods with a worried frown. From a hunter he flees between the mighty trees to make it out alive. So I feel like these are different because they feel harder, like a little bit.
I guess it
more
would make
difficult
sense
to
that they
breathe
would
a
be
little more.
different since you get so many dolls and like a lot of them had like solutions that you would not necessarily use last time. So it's like,
Yeah, these feel like, because like the ones I remember them being like fairly straightforward. I may very well be gaslighting myself, but I feel like the first run, these were like pretty straightforward. But these, this time around, they feel a little less like direct in like the mother
Yeah.
was in the house, Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Little beast with a beautiful crown running through the woods. Big frown. From a hunter, he flees between mighty trees to make it out alive. So.
Hunter at tree and beast on jewelry? Question mark?
I don't think I have. I think I need the other doll. I feel like I'm missing something because it would.
Doesn't look right.
Unless the hunter is a hero? Question mark?
Most I could do.
That's
I feel
not
like
right.
I don't remember what dolls there were. I mean,
Yeah,
the beast was usually the wolf, I think.
Yeah.
Usually, but I feel like there was also a monster doll. No, I feel like the beast was usually the wolf. All right, I think I need more. I think I need more dolls because I don't think I have all the dolls yet. I have been bumbling my way through GM practice on my Patreon, so I suppose if anybody wants to watch me run the dumbest game of masks you've ever seen in your life, there's a couple sessions of that up. And like 2 sessions of
Nice.
Triangle Agency. Yeah, I think there's like... Oh my god, there might actually be like 5 or 6 masked sessions up now. I think one of them is missing, so there's a missing one somewhere. They're really jank because like I'm recording them. They're big scuff. They're real big scuff, but they are there. Triangle Agency.
If you wanna check out Patreon of Niko, here's the link. Here you go. Go check out Niko Draw's Patreon.
Thank you, friend.
There's pretty cool fucking stuff there.
Yeah, there's some stuff in there. There's me there's some really scuffed recordings of me bumbling my way through GMing. There's you'll occasionally get me rambling about what my plans, what projects I'm thinking about are. There's whatever I'm working on for Stabbiness at the time. So there's some stuff for the potential some potential future stuff for Indigo on there, and the game that I'm working on with J-Man are on there, and eventually the games that I'm gonna run are gonna be on there too as I work on them. Oh, also there's some downloadable content. There's some occasionally I make very small maps for my games that I put up. And I'm doing very small occasional icon packs of like 3 to 4 icons and variants of that icon. And there's like I think 2 or 3 of those up right now. I'm working on another one. So there's stuff in there. I'm also looking at doing some like solo RPG journaling games. I did one that I ran one of my characters through, and I'm posting those up on Patreon too.
That's very cool.
Because I just like don't know what else to do with them, so I'm posting them on Patreon when I do them, as I slowly try to figure out how solo TTRPGs work.
I remember. Are you testing like pre-existing systems, or are you adapting some systems into solo?
Right now, most of what I do is so Itch.io is just full of people making little solo scenarios and just like popping them up on Itch.io for like no money or like $2. So I just like keep an eye on those, and if I see one that I'm like, oh, that would be fun to run a specific character through, then I grab it.
Gotcha.
So I'm doing that, and I'm also and while I do that, I am also attempting to figure out using like larger systems and like not and like more open scenarios. Like there's someone wrote what it seems to be, people seem to like it, a pretty decent GM emulator for Cypher.
Oh,
That people seem to
lovely.
like. I haven't read it yet, but I have it, and so I'm looking at that. And then also Triangle Agency is one of their stretch goals was a little solo play thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I will eventually have that in my hands. Just these things. I'm exploring the world of solo TTRPGs currently.
Oh God, yeah, no, I'm on the page right. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
The code
Jesus.
box.
Yeah, it's huge. So every once in a while, I'll just like so I just like check the page every once in a while and like look at them in order. Like just like from recent to am I fucking okay. They're getting closer, but I'm doing something. Where are you? Oh, I didn't kill you.
Watering! A miracle!
There's another one over there. I see him.
Be still!
That's very nice.
Did he die? No, he's still alive. Oh, is he actually coming up here? Did he die? I guess so. I found another dead taken over. I found another dead taken over by the radio tower. Looks like it was bashed to death. There was a lunchbox and some weird knitting by the corpse. Rose.
Mm.
I took care of the body, but that's the third one this month. Everyone keep your eyes peeled. We need to find this guy and let him know the cult of the tree means business. Nice. Yeah, so that's just that was not there before. So I'm listen. The world of solo TTRPGs is scary, but I'm figuring it out.
Seems like it. Yeah, Jesus.
The like Ichio ones are easy because it's like a preset scenario, but
Yeah.
anything larger than that, and I look at it and I'm like, I don't. And then I just like put it back, and then I just like walk away from it. Because like even beginning to figure out what the fuck it wants, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing here.
I see.
But I'm figuring it out, maybe one day. But for now, the little Ichio ones, if anyone wants to, if anyone is like, if anyone wants to do a little journaling thing, they're pretty good. There are some fun ones in there. It'd be easier if you were multiple people. Maybe I've seen people do it either way, where like you play the basically like the party or like part of it, and also just like playing one guy. I think it just depends
Yeah.
on what you're doing.
My it's not technically solo because there was a GM at my friend Ghost at some point was like, I wonder how Pathfinder works if you get to like tactical at it. You have an entire squad, and ran I think it was Mines of Feldelver for me, where I was essentially controlling the entire squad, and it is pretty fun, I will say. It's a lot to keep track of when it's Pathfinder, but I can definitely see. I mean, we can see how like 5e, works very well as you control the entire party game with literally all the video games that happen. Same with Pathfinder. I feel like as long as you find like a VTT of some sort that simplifies a lot of the stuff, you can fucking do that shit in a heartbeat.
There's also there's a ton of resources for like running for like converting pre-written modules into like a solo thing. There's a ton of resources for solo stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just like having trouble fathoming its existence.
Oh, I know that makes a lot of
It's
sense.
it's one of those like I don't even know where to fucking begin, dog. But
Yeah.
I'm sure once what did happen. It's on the map. Can you go get a second crossbow? Maybe, or it might just feed me ammo for like crossbow ammo.
It's probably ammo, I would
Um,
imagine.
I did discover, because I just like grab systems at random because I'll see it and be like, I'm gonna look at that, and I discovered I already had in my possession, a system that I grabbed quite some time ago. I don't remember when or how, but its intent is to do GM light and or completely GM-less, like, narrative character focused games. So I've been slowly working my way through reading that book because a lot of solo stuff is mostly just like really to run you through a dungeon, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But that's
It
not
makes a
really
lot of sense.
the experience that I'm here
I
for
see a lot of
to get out of
dungeons.
TTRPGs.
I see a lot of dungeons, and I see a lot of hex crawls also.
Yeah, there's a ton of hex crawls. But this one very specifically is for like scene-based, character-driven, like narrative stuff.
Very nice.
So that might be where I start that one. We'll see.
Sounds pretty good. Burning Hand says, for solo TTRPGs, I know sometimes some people play with an additional person in order to bounce ideas off of. Is that, yeah, no, absolutely super fair. It's just, at that point, you're kind of beating the
Yeah, at that
purpose
point
of
you're just like
solo,
playing the
right?
game. You're just
Yeah.
like doing it with a table, I guess.
Laura says, solo games tend to lean towards very mechanical aspects. Yeah. Which
Yeah.
is why the one that Niko is mentioning right now feels very interesting if they're actually trying to do an RP thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like from what I've only read like half the book because I get like a couple pages in and then my brain is like, but it's pretty it seems to be more focused on helping you like build scenes and like progress them when you get stuck than it is concerned with like any kind of obviously it's not super concerned with combat. It is mostly concerned with like helping you set up the scene and then giving you ways to unstick yourself once you kind of like run through it.
I feel like if you stir away from the classic tradition of it, I feel like choose your own adventure books could be a good, very good RP centric solo adventure type deal if it's done correctly.
But up on my Patreon, I ran one of my horrible men through. I found a neat little a neat one that's like you've taken a job as a park ranger, but there's a bunch of weird shit going on in the park, and it's the one that's there is just like a little demo. So it's just like your first night at the park, but it's really neat. So I hope that they that the guy like makes the full game. Because if he does, I'll 100% run a terrible man through it. And then I've got a few others that I'm like, oh, actually, when I first decided to start investigating solo TTRPGs, it was the same day that Chaosium put out. There's dogs here. I remember this area.
Yeah.
It was the same day Chaosium published a solo TTRPG adventure for The King in Yellow specifically.
Oh, nice.
So I grabbed that because I just happened to be looking for it on the same day it was published. So I was considering running either Vignette or Poppy through it for fun. One of the two.
Very, very nice.
Anyway, that's what's on my Patreon. And also whips. I put work in progress stuff up there when I remember to actually put the work in progress stuff up there. I do often forget. I will like finish a thing and then be like, oh, oops. I did not record the process of making this thing at all.
There's another lunchbox.
Yeah. Mostly, if you want to watch me bumble through practicing jamming, that's like the main thing that's happening up there right now. And where am I right? Oh, this is her fucking fanfiction.
Yeah.
Did it. I could piece together for the rest of our days.
Wish there were more choose your own adventure books these days. There are many actually. It's just that they're all super indie because that's like for a lot of creatives that want to do game design, want to tell stories, and in that vein is just the easiest way to go because you don't necessarily know how to program a fucking game, and it's like there are more than it seems. It's funny because this is what I'm about to say is a very French-centric experience, but in later years there's actually a very popular in France for France, very popular French-speaking YouTuber that has essentially started doing those, and is at his second one now, and is doing pretty well. The people are buying and enjoying it, so it is definitely on the uptick. There's also a lot of like choose your own adventure, classic choose your own adventure books that are making their way on Steam with like sort of like a revamp thing with the whole UI thing going on, etc., etc., which is very nice.
Yeah, that is true. I have seen a few of those. There is like a small cluster of them on Steam.
Mm-hmm. Guess there's more that I wish they were more accessible. Yeah, it's the weird thing of like there's a lot of them, there's a lot of people that play them and buy them, but they're still very niche, so it's like complicated to find them for some reason every time.
Like they're out there. You just have to like find the people who are doing it because they're the ones who know where they are.
Exactly.
Which is what I discovered
because they all
with,
fucking know each other.
Yeah, the thing is, I discovered solo TTRPGs, same shit. I started looking into it, and it turns out there is a small but very, very active little cluster of YouTubers who very specifically record themselves doing solo runs, and also
give me one of those.
They review solo books, and they give just like a lot of they just like talk a lot about the experience of solo play. There's like 3 or 4 of them, and they're like super active. The one I've been paying the most attention to, he's called Man Alone. He's the like main one that I've been looking at.
Man Alone.
He just did a review of the solo part of the Electric State TTRPG book that just came out, because it's got like a little like solo adventure at the end of the book, so he just reviewed that, which was funny because I bought that book and then 2 days later he was like, I'm gonna review the solo part, and I was like, thank God.
Oh my god, yeah, I looking at the videos, it's like 5 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 day ago.
And then he's like, there's like 3 others. One of them actually writes a lot of books and produces a lot of resources for solo games. I forgot his name. Man Alone is like the one. There's God. Something. His name has something to do with dungeons. It's Man Alone is the only one whose name that I know off the top of my head. But if you like look through his stuff, he talks about the other guys a lot, so you'll find them through him.
Gotcha.
And then there's another YouTuber. He doesn't really do like solo stuff, but he's the one who got me thinking about doing solo stuff because he usually reads. He's got like a little D&D podcast, and then he also reads D&D horror stories. The YouTube name Crispy's Tavern, and he just like recorded himself running a solo adventure for for one of his NPCs that he really likes from his actual
Oh, I
play
see.
that he runs for his friends. Because he's got an actual play on his YouTube. He's on his YouTube channel. He does a podcast, and then he reads TTRPG horror stories. And he just randomly one day was like, "I'm gonna do a solo game. I've never done a solo game before. I don't know how they work, but I'm just gonna trial by fire and I'm gonna put it on YouTube." And that was what got me thinking about doing them in the first place. So he's got one up, and he also just talks about D&D a lot. And ever since he did that one solo play, he has been talking a lot more about the existence of solo plays because he really liked doing it. So,
What's the name again?
Crispy's Tavern.
Crispy's Tavern.
I also appreciate Crispy for being peak ace representation in the D&D community.
Nice. Immediate thing that I see, incel stories. Oh god.
Yeah, he gets haunted by the incel stories. But his channel's pretty cute. He's got some good stuff on there. But it turns out solo TTRPGs are a actually pretty active niche. Who'd have thought? Man Alone is also pretty neat because he talks a lot about he's like got a more I guess like emotional side to his thing. He's like very open emotionally about why he plays solo games. And he's got a lot to say about like how do I like the difference between just like kind of like being alone with yourself versus like being lonely and miserable. Like he talks a lot about that, which I don't know. I think that's neat because it's like part of the push for that a lot that we're seeing. At least I've been noticing on YouTube with more creators trying to be a bit more open about their mental health. He's a pretty big proponent of that.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
So that's also.
I couldn't imagine why content creators on the internet would ever suffer from loneliness.
Yeah, right.
Jesus. Shit's fucking isolating as fuck most of the time. That's where I'm like, I feel incredibly fucking lucky to have ended up with like a channel that's like a big group of friends, and that is literally just like, yeah.
And it like started that way because I think that there's like a when it comes to group channels, I really feel like the ones that like start with the intention of like we're gonna make content. I think those are the ones where it's like those are gonna get really rough eventually.
Yeah.
But this is just like, listen, we're all just posted on this one channel. We're all just posting. And not necessarily like with content brain.
Yeah. It was it was also very good because it's like having access to people who have been doing this for a long time, right? Is really, really good because I'm just going to talk about my own experience here as baby content creator, I guess now. Like it's there's a lot of stuff that happens that you don't expect at all. it's very hard to actually realize a bunch of like what goes into it, like how much time it takes, how much of your life goes into producing even just one thing every week. I can't even imagine streaming multiple times a week on things that you actually have to prep. It's kind of nuts, and it's good to have access to people who can like tell you like, oh yeah, that's normal, that happens, just try to go more like this way, or try to find balance this way, etc., and just be able to like talk about shit. It always brings me back to
Another
like,
one of
God,
those lunch boxes.
imagining trying to do this shit on your own, starting on your own, staying on your own. The only people you're talking to basically are your fucking chat. It's
Again,
like,
it's
Jesus.
like just like not even talking about like the like TTRPG prep aspect of it.
Yeah,
The
no,
streamers
just
like
normal
fucking like
streamers.
Pokimane or like Hassan who
Yeah,
like
yeah,
all they stream 8 hours a fucking day, like seven,
yeah.
6 days a week. And it's like Jesus, dog.
It's kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts. Like,
Like
it's
one
that's
of
why I always
them.
feel like I always get a moment of like, oh, thank God, when I start to see them like becoming friends with each other.
Yeah, right. Like one of them, who was it? One of them very recently, like put out a very short YouTube video where they were like, "So I realized that I have not spoken to a single person in 3 years for a reason that wasn't
Oh,
content
jeez.
creation. So I'm taking a break." And I'm like, "Yeah, you should do
Fucking
that."
A. Jesus Christ.
They were like, "It's been 3 years since I talked to a friend casually for a reason that had nothing to do with content creation. So I'm gonna take a
Mhm.
break so I can just like hang out with
Yeah.
people and not have to think about, not have to be content brained about it." I'm like, yeah, that
God,
sounds like
for
a good
real though.
idea. That sounds like a really good idea. You should do that. Happy for you.
For real, for real.
See, I'm trying to like make sure that I pick everything up. This I'm not too worried about because I'm gonna have to come back around here eventually anyway. And it's just a cult stash, so I don't really care because it's just gonna have like
Mhm,
ammo and
mhm.
stuff in it. But I want to
Yeah.
make sure that I get the others.
Burning Hound says, what caught my attention for solo TTRPG is that the solo TTRPG is 1,000-year-old vampire. The game itself is less mechanical, but more improv, which I myself like. Is that on itch.io as well, Burning Hound, or is that somewhere else?
There are a few vampire ones on itch. The one that I
I
was
would
talking
imagine.
about that I ran Corvid through, which is up on my Patreon, is I think it's called Valewood or Dark Vale, something Valewood, I think.
Mm.
Uh, the little demo is really good. I tossed it was actually so good. I liked it so much that I tossed that guy like $20 and was like, "This was
Nice.
good." He went to his Ko-Fi and just like was like, "Here's $20 because this was really good." I
What
read
was the name
terrible
again?
names.
Hello Vale? Hello Vale?
Valewood, and then there's like
Valewood.
another. There's like a little there's a little tag to it, but I don't remember the full tag. But I'm pretty sure if you search Valewood solo TTRPG, it should probably come up on itch.io. It's really good. I'm hoping. I really hope that he does a full thing because there's some stuff in there that I'm like I would really like to see this expanded on like mechanically.
Oh.
Like, I would really like to see because it's only the first night and it's there. It's like obviously stuff that's like, oh, this is supposed to like compound on itself. As time
Anyone
goes on.
here? Nope. Did they get
Really
out?
interested to see what that could be.
Did the Taken get them? Or were
Oh,
they
that's
turned
the
into
Park
Taken?
Ranger one. Okay, okay, okay.
I'll need to get the key to the trailer park myself.
There's one that I've been sitting on that I haven't done anything with.
Elmo said
but,
the key is kept in the gift shop safe.
Where you run like a little tea house between life and death. So you've got like ghosts coming through your tea house, and I kind of want to run Polly through that one.
Oh, yeah.
Because like, why wouldn't I put Polly in the tiny tea house? There's a bunch on itch.io. Super worth digging through there if you are looking to do like some little baby solo stuff. Because it's super easy because they've already got everything set up for you. A lot of them are just like, here's a list of prompts, roll a dice, and the prompt happens, and just like build on that. Go forth. Just build on the prompts as you go. Some of them are like, there's a lot that use tarot cards.
That makes sense, yeah.
No, there's one that I started but haven't finished. That's like, you are an artist with a supernatural muse that is slowly going to eat you, and you're just kind of like playing through an artist going through the eldritch madnesses until you are eventually consumed by the demon that gives you art brain.
Very, very nice.
When I finish that one, I will put it on Patreon. Pros. Coffee-themed names for the rides, mildly amusing. Nice view of Watery from the top of the Ferris wheel. The mascots are trying their best. What else? Okay, coffee? Cons. Rickety rides. Creepy mood. Money-hungry owner. They killed the poor moose. 2 out of 5 stars. They did kill that moose. They fed that moose way too much coffee. As far as I can tell, to successfully do solo TTRPGs, mostly you just need, like, some form of randomizer to, like, help you out, to be like, is this NPC a helpful guy? Like, something to, like, ask questions at in order to advance forward, and then just, like, a system to use.
I feel like, the tarot card example feels very natural to that stuff, because like if you get something that's like, even if it's not tarot, right? If you do a set of cards that are to give you a direction for certain things, but are still vague enough that you can kind of do what you want with your brain, it feels like probably a good a good way of doing it. Yeah.
No, there's quite a few on Itch.io that use tarot cards, or like just a deck of cards.
Yeah.
And then of course the classic, like, roll a d10.
Yeah, roll a d10, look at the table, see what happens.
Yeah, here's a table of things. And then there's, like, maybe an extra little mechanic or two on top of it.
Just get a TTRPG Magic 8 Ball.
That would be silly.
That would be pretty silly. But why not?
Yeah, why not?
When you ask.
After all, there's a horror game that's played through Jenga.
This is true. I'm sure there is probably an 8-ball. And some kind of... There's probably at least one game built off of 8 balls. There's no way there's not.
Burning Hound says, same thing with 1000-Year-Old Vampire. It's very prompt-based, where you play through the life of vampires as they slowly lose memories from their past as they live through thousands of years. Interesting.
For the screwdriver, which if I... Did I just fucking go in a huge circle? I think I have to interact with this and realize that I can't get it.
Locked. Need something to jimmy it open with.
Oh, and I probably have to go clean my room.
A list of maintenance work.
Right.
A screwdriver. Huh.
There we go. That's what I needed. And Coffee World entrance, sign defaced. Cleaned with detergent, waxed sign, should be good until someone tags it again tomorrow. Slow roaster pod is stuck. won't swing. I hit it with some WD-40. Seems good for now. Thanks, Yako. You did it. Fallen tree near Latte Lagoon. Should probably call the tree guy. Chainsawed and removed. Keeping the wood. Okay.
God, this is thought association triggering my current fucking weird side obsession. I've been looking at a lot of like people making dioramas and doing kit bashes and stuff like that
Yeah.
on the internet lately. And just it's the same vibe of like people who are really into arts and crafts, or like tinkering and stuff like that, seem to unlock some sort of truth of the universe that you could kind of make anything work with fucking like tape and wishes.
Yeah.
It's
as long as you
kinda
have the
crazy.
correct strength of tape, you'll probably be okay. As long as you
Yeah.
understand what glue does what, you can...
Yeah, no. Glue specifically. Glue feels like the big one. The amount of people that are like, I just gouged a hole in my hand, I'll just put glue on it and I'm okay.
Oh yeah, no. The real manic crafting YouTubers are like,
Yeah.
I have a 3D printer, some hot glue, and a
3D
dream.
printer, yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah.
okay.
It's like 3D printer, hot glue, yoga mats. Paint.
Paint. Fun
it's
fact,
fucking crazy.
acrylic paint is actually a very effective adhesive. So, like, if you're
Really?
working on something, if you're doing, like, a little sculpture or something, and you're painting it with acrylic, and, like, a little piece breaks off, don't even worry about it. Glue that shit on, just use the acrylic that you're already painting with. Put a little blob down, hold it until it dries. That shit will never move again.
Huh.
Because acrylic paint is just plastic. So when it dries, it just becomes plastic.
Oh.
So it is an incredibly effective glue.
That's crazy.
I learned this in college because I was doing like a Sculpey project, a Sculpey thing for one of my projects, and it had a lot of like little tiny spine like little spines sticking off of it that would break off constantly. So at some point, I was like, you know what? We're just gonna use the paint and see if that sticks it back on. Yes, absolutely it does. If you're ever working with a sculpture that you're painting in acrylic is an amazing glue. If anything ever breaks off, fill cracks with it. Just like pile it in there. No one will ever know that it's just held together with nothing but acrylic paint. Several burned out bulbs on percolator, replaced and ordered more bulbs. Thanks, Stuart. Squeaking on Latte Lagoon car B. Tightened the bolts. Less bad now. Thanks, Yako. Yako is the guy who's got hot glue in a dream, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Percolator control panel jammed. Removed front with screwdriver. Found a penny in there. Because everybody else is like, I did a real thing. I did like a repair, and Yako was like, I put some lubricant in there. It's probably fine.
It works okay for now.
Hey, the lock is jammed again. I forced it last time with the screwdriver, which has disappeared again. Put shit back where you use it. No. The percolator has it now. God, which one of these
Yako,
rides
you
is
can't
the one
keep
that's
saying for now. It's not gonna for now forever.
Yeah.
It's working for now.
It's working for now. And when it stops working, I'll fix it until it works for now.
Until it works for now. Mushroom says, oh yeah, when I'm doing miniature bases often, I'll just use a thick layer of acrylic to hold little bits and bobs instead of glue. Ah, wonderful. It's like, I don't know what it is. I'm right now I'm big motivated in looking at people making like terrains for their games and stuff like that, because those people are crazy.
Yeah. I really want to get into... The main thing stopping me is that it will take up a lot of physical space in my home, and I'm just, like, not prepared for the consequences of that. But I really want to get into, like resin, like the UV curing resin.
Yeah.
The little clear guys. Because I would really like to make, like, little charms and things. Like, little character-themed charms and things. But I know that once I start, I'm going to end up with, like, millions and millions of tiny little guys. Tiny little things just all over my home.
I get you. It's like, one of my things is like, what if I just spent a shit ton of money that I don't have, by the way? What if I spent a shit ton of money just like getting a bunch of getting like 2 Gunplas, 2 Warhammer like tank things or whatever, and some rats, and just combine them all into something that all of the fans of all the franchises will hate. That's like what my brain wants right now. I don't know why. I feel like the day I have a 3D printer is the day that everything's over for me and my house becomes a hoarder's house.
So 1, 4...
Because I very technically have space for a 3D printer as long as it's not like one of the bigger ones, right? It's like... It's tempting, I'm not gonna lie.
That's when
it's
everything
very
goes to
tempting.
hell.
Yeah. Because honestly, for all of these like people, since I binged their channel, right? I start at the start of things, and it's like, oh boy, the moment they get a 3D printer, it's like they're unstoppable. And as a result, they descend deeper into madness.
They've got a 3D printer, some hot glue, and a dream.
Yeah. Kevalon says, from what I've seen, resin 3D printers have an insane print resolution. BHBMF says, careful of resin, check for allergic reactions before getting the supplies. Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. Mushroom says, I have like 100 little guys painted, and I just pose them on various shelves. It's great. No, the voice of the devil.
Hey, the little guys.
Avalon, also be sure to have your area well ventilated. That seems to be the big thing
that's
for
the big one.
any of
That's
this.
the big one is the ventilation.
Technically a name. Oh yeah, the resin ones are nuts because they use a light projector to harden the resin. Yeah. Laura, don't do it, Brett. This is how the rats take over. You know me well. BHB, sadly having a 1-bedroom apartment, I fear the resin printers because of the fumes. Oh yeah, no, you don't do it in a fucking... Don't do it in a 1-bedroom apartment unless you have a big fucking window. I could have done it in my art school apartment when I was in uni because it was like a 1-room it was like a 2 rooms apartment. The bathroom was in a separate thing, but like the main room / bedroom was like one corridor essentially. But there was a big old fucking window at the end of it, so as long as I was close to the window, I could do things like oil painting and stuff like that. But like it would have taken a lot of space.
Yeah.
For resin printers, says J-Man, you also need a curing chamber. Ah, okay. Also, hello, J-Man.
J-Man.
Yeah. I do have access to a basement, so I could technically use that, I think.
I've exited the circle.
Nice. Technically, the name says, I've got a Prusa MK3, but have been thinking about getting a resin one. What's the difference? What does yours do if it's not resin? I don't know much about them. I only ever saw the resin ones.
Jesus!
Oh yeah, this thing.
Calm down, Saga. It's just a pot of coffee. Thank God.
Finally, it's over.
Thank God.
Laughed your last laugh.
I remember finding that the first time and being like, oh wow, they really wanted this thing to be horrifying. And then you find the
Yeah.
notes and they're like, it's gonna be so cute. Everyone's
Yeah.
gonna love it. The kids are gonna love this fucking scary ass coffee pot.
They're gonna love it. The precise is a standard filament printer. Oh, it's filament. Okay, okay. I assume that it right, yeah, okay. I assume it's slightly less precise or something. I genuinely have no idea. I did not look into 3D printing at all. I just see people do stuff with them.
Yeah, occasionally your brain is like, oh, huh.
What if? What if?
Okay. I think
The BHP muff. There are two types: resin, which you seem to know, and filament, which melts plastic cables and makes layers from that. It melts a strand of plastic into layers and constructs the objects from those layers. Gotcha, gotcha. It lacks details but has strength. Ah, okay. I see, I see. So it's like it's less of a oh, one is just better and more of a
depends
pros
on
and
what you
cons type
need.
deal.
Yeah, it depends
Yeah.
on what your need of them is.
Resin is usually formed in a pool, Jesus. I would probably go for filament then, because resin looks like it would be fucking messy from what I've seen. Jimin says the 3D printer pen seems like a fun alternative to getting a whole ass printer. Requires learning a whole new skill set. Yeah, Jesus.
It do be a pen.
Do be a pen.
I think I'm going to find a little space to save in.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will... Where's the nearest fucking save spot, actually?
Oh yeah, I've been going for 4 hours. Jesus Christ. Those always go by so fast.
Got the world key stash. Oh god, it's all the way up there. Is there one closer? Probably not, now that I think about it. There might be one here, but this is like an ordeal. Alright, we gotta go back up. Because I know as a fact that the minute I grab the, I remember that the minute you grab the screwdriver, it activates Hell World.
Oh, yeah, it does, yeah.
So I'm thinking call it here, and then activate Hell World immediately next to me. Oh my god! Broken! I didn't mean to be over here! Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah. No, I know. I'm sorry, I woke you up. I went the wrong way. I didn't mean to come this way. I meant to go in a different direction. I meant to go towards the break room. I didn't mean to be over here. I'm sorry. I need a different gun. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to. I'm gonna take my thing back. Okay. I didn't mean to go to the haunted well. I think last time I don't think I went near the well beforehand, so I didn't know you could just like summon a demon from the well before.
Yeah, there's a whole thing with the well, yeah. Elora says mistakes have been made. J-Red says fucking got you, dude.
It got me. I didn't think demons could manifest. Because last time I don't think I came down this far before manifesting the demons.
Yeah, true.
So I had no idea that a demon would just manifest.
Must be locked from the other
No,
side.
if I go through there, it's gonna start an ordeal. I just want to go back to the break room. Oh, God. Oh, this is where the screwdriver is, I think. Oh, my God. Please, Jesus Christ. Okay. There's the guy. So, in theory, if I go this way... Can I pop these balloons? Yes. Okay. I'm still not, because this is the exit to the whole place. This isn't where I wanted to go. What the fuck? See, okay, that's where the screwdriver is, and the minute I touch the screwdriver, all the lights go out, and I start getting attacked by
Yeah.
things. So I don't want to go over there. Not yet. That will be the first thing we do next week. There's the percolator. Oh, that's the water. What the fuck, dog? Now that I want to leave this place, it's like you live here. You live in Coffee World. I see a thing though. Oh my god. There's the moose. Good for them. I'm actually not gonna open that because my pockets are so full that it might just be empty. So if I just leave it alone, then there might actually be something in there when I need something to be in there. God damn it, the moose scared the shit out of me. I thought it was a guy. Is that my freedom? I'm almost here.
You're almost there.
Because here's the place. Please. I just want to save it in my coffee thermos. The thermos! I saved the coffee thermos. Yay. We made it, kids!
You did it. You fucking did it.
I fucking did it, dog. I made it. Okay.
You did it. You made it. You survived.
Do I need to empty my pockets?
Now you can save, and then you can come back later and activate the real hell.
Yeah.
And have to
Well,
do it
'cause
all over again.
Yep. Let's do a manual save.
God,
File
which
drive.
one is it now?
Which one is it now? Well, this is the cursed save that we have to keep.
This is the
forever.
curse save. Okay, okay.
So I think we'll just save it there. This one. I think we'll be fine. I was mostly afraid of creating another cursed save. Okay. Alright, we're good. We did it. We did it, kids. We had
You
a
fucking did
rousing
it.
conversation about arts and crafts and Baldur's Gate 3
Many
while I ran
things.
around in the dark.
Yeah.
We did it! First playthrough of this, I was worried the moose would be a boss like the bulldog. I was also
Yeah,
worried
no,
that the moose was going to be a boss.
same.
That did come up where we were like, ah, shit, we're gonna
Absolute
have to
same.
fight the fucking moose. No, it turns out they just killed the moose by feeding it too much coffee. Good job, team. All right, next week, probably same time, unless something catastrophic happens. We'll do more Alan Wake, and we will
Yes.
activate Coffee World Hell.
Indeed.
and we will probably continue to gaslight ourselves. Until then,
Probably.
Until then, good night, everybody.
Bye bye.